channels.
Did you shower? Did you brush your teeth? Did you pray?
What the hell? Why didn't it do the cool zoom in effect? What is this? What is this, a school for ants? Hey. What is this, a school for ants? You saw the goal. I put up a goal. I did. It's, if you hit it in 3 hours, if I get 30 super chats in 3 hours, then I'm doing last week in the orthosphere. If I don't, then I'm not gonna even do it. What's that like? What's that like? And you don't have to use this thing. You can use the other thing. All right. You can use this. I'll count it either way. I will count it either way. Lit.
Atoshitsa super chatted $1.99. Racing car emoji. Racing car emoji.
Racing car emoji. Racing car. Oh. I thought we were going to do a thing. Thank you, man. Here's your sound. Little sound.
Bobby Ballbags super chatted $1.99. 1.
And here's your sound, buddy. Little sound. All right. Welcome. Hey, guys. Hello, everybody. Why didn't it do the cool zoom in? You can't trust nobody. You can't trust anybody.
Ballbags super chatted $1.99. 3.
Here's your sound, buddy. Nice. So the real goal is 50, but you can use anything to do it. And so you don't have to hit this goal. You can use the other link. And but the 30 goal is to do last week in the orthosphere, which I have all set up for you guys. Hello. Oh, this is glitching. Dang it, Soup Kitchen McFitchin, this is glitching. There we are. Hello, everybody. Good to see you all. Glad you're here. Hi, Austin. Hi, Bobby. Hi, Dr. Bob. Hi, Oshuza. Hi, Randolph. Hi, Dustin. Hi, Caden. Hi, Tyrone. Hi, Get Wrecked. Hi, Tony Denier. Uh-oh.
Tony Denier tipped $1. Ignore my name. Just balancing things out.
Well, thank you, man. What's up, Moldy Apple? What's up, Marcellery? What up, the name's Craig? What up, Alyssa? Okay, we're out here. We're out here. It's official. Man, this is exciting. This is exciting stuff. Doing my Monday shows, man, I'm always very excited. I never know what I'm going to come up with on the weekend. Who knows what'll happen? Not you. All right. You look very dapper. Thank you. Sass? I'm not... What's that mean? Sup, bro? What up, Static Age? What up, Kyle? The TTS is quiet? Okay, I turned it up. That made me mad. That made me mad, dude. How you guys doing? How was your weekend? I had a pretty good Braphog. Oof. Downgraded me. I didn't know it could get any lower. I didn't know it could get any lower than Braphog. And this title is a lie because I'm not a Braphog. And I didn't bait anybody. It just happened that way. So let's just get into that first before we do anything. So, oh, don't look at that. Let's just do this part. We can do this part. It was so fun. Family in town. Our daughter's dance recital. It was the best. That's awesome. I went to my first Divine Liturgy, so my weekend was actually very awesome. Glory to God. Glad to hear it. I combined glad and God. And that, that's on me. I take full responsibility. That's wonderful news. Oh, did I go to church? Yeah, I freaking went to church. Oh, did I receive? Yes, I received the Eucharist. Yes, I'm back, baby. Even though the skies are gray, all I see is blue skies. I'm ready for whatever. I did get attacked by a demon last night. I'm not gonna lie, but these things happen. I get attacked by demons sometimes. I don't even fret. But it was in the middle of the night, and it wasn't a dream. And it was a mannequin, and it was swirling me around the room like a tornado. And I did yell because I was trying to make it stop, and it wouldn't, so I just yelled, "Hello?" And yes, I did actually, in the bed, just yell, "Hello," very loud, wake myself up, and yes, the window was open. And so anyone nearby just heard someone somewhere yell, "Hello," very loud. So that was lit. Just, "Hello?" That's how I woke myself up. That's how I beat the demon last night. "Hello?" Cue the one banger. What does that mean? Oh, are you talking about these songs? Are you talking about my struggle songs? Did I make a new one? Ugh. Wow. Sorry about that. Someone woke me up. I was like, no homeless people come on my block no more. Because I just hear people being like, "Hello?" Just like a Giga Karen in the middle of the night stalking the streets. Anyway, guys, use my generalized ratio. It's for any occasion. Anytime you feel like, this guy needs a ratio. The idea is this is going to be building up likes as we use it. So eventually it'll ratio everything. So, but it won't unless you use it. So go ahead, and anytime you see something that you want to ratio, just go ahead and you copy this and then post it as a response. And that is my gift to the internet, as well as a lot of the things I do. What up, Extanglia? What up, Alexander Lifesworth? Hello, Giovanni says, "Hello, Tony, you beautiful racist jerk." Oh, thanks, man. Hello. Job says, "That's good to hear." Jess, what up? And Marcellery said, "Thank you, Tony." Okay. So I didn't get 10,000 subs by June. So I'm not making an album in a single stream. That's not going to happen. The number gets reset. The number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That many. When I get 12,345 subs, then I'll do an entire album in a single stream. I've done it twice before. The live streams are available. You can check them out. And the albums that were made were 17 and 333. And yes, they're brilliant. But did you eat 10,000? Look, let's not talk about what I ate. Do you really want to know? It's not great. What I ate, it's not great. I ordered cheeseburgers while Maria was sleeping again. I didn't know I was so sneaky. It turns out I'm very sneaky. I wasn't even doing it as a joke. I wasn't like, oh, this is a good bit. I woke up and I was like, I need cheeseburgers so bad. And I ordered a bunch of cheeseburgers. 2. I ordered 2. We know. We know you ate cheeseburgers. I almost call myself Joey. We know you ate cheeseburgers. Tony. N-word scissor hands. Got some good names here. And Maria, she was so mad, but then she was happy because I also got jalapeno poppers and she likes those. So it wasn't great. I've never felt more full. Last night was rough. And that's probably why I got attacked by a demon. It was probably a jalapeno popper demon. It was probably one of Mr. Popper's jalapeno penguins.
Face. Who? Me? Shut up. Ah! You're scaring me. Don't look at me. Don't even think about it. What? Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Hey. What? You're stupid. No. Yes. Yes. No. You're stupid. No. Yes. Yes. What? What do you mean? What?
Anyway, so I didn't hit 10,000 subs. I'm not making the album. I did really sweeten the pot. I said if I get 10,000 subs today, I'll fist fight pearly things at a Whataburger, only body shots. Me for the face, her for the future generations. I'm sorry, that's so effed up. That's not cool. Was she even that bad? I just saw, I saw, oh, people are mad at pearly things right now. I will beat her up. I just don't want her punching me in the face. I'm a good looking guy and, And somebody said to me, it doesn't count because she's a ginger, right? Dr. John Danger said, it doesn't count because she's a ginger, right? And I said, it doesn't count because she's on Goose on HGH. All right? Now let's get to this part. I might as well delete that because it just didn't work out. Okay, so here's what happened over the weekend. And better looking than Jim Bob objectively. It is what it is, Oh, I forgot my tie. Where's my tie? Maria, where's my tie? Here's a tie. Hold on. Which I would have never said if he didn't diss me. I'm not good at dissing. What the? Hold on. This is long. I'm not good at dissing. I'm just good at really saying awful stuff. Really being awful. Gift and a curse. Don't mess with me. I don't know what to tell you. Don't mess with the boy. Don't mess with the sickly prince. All right. So here's what happened. I was trying to be nice to Protestants, or I was just thinking Protestants are dumb. Let me just help them a little. And I'm sorry, they are dumb. They're objectively stupid people. I'm sorry, they're dumb. Prots are dumb. Sorry if you're a prot, you're dumb. Sorry. If you're a prot, you're dumb. Sorry. But, you know, it's not an Emperor's New Clothes situation. There's a lot of dumb people in the Orthodox Church, myself, for instance, but being prot is dumb. So I thought I'll throw him an olive branch. I'll throw him an olive leaf. I'll extend a branch of olives to them. I figured I'd just give him a handful of shriveled olives. And I said, hey. I didn't need to say hey. I'm a millennial. I could probably just said words without the intro part. It's a millennial thing, I think. I'm not a millennial. Hey, I'm an Orthodox Christian and I rely 100% on the grace and mercy of Jesus Christ because nothing I do could ever save my soul. Nonetheless, I strive to do good works because we are all called to by God. I hope that clears things up. Pretty innocuous, right? Pretty innocuous. Innocuous is the word. It is the word, and it was that. It was just me saying a normal, nice thing. Hey, guys, just so you know, we rely 100% on the grace and mercy of our Lord Jesus Christ. But we are called to do good works, and there are other things to being a Christian. But I didn't even make it polemic like that. I just kind of stated it straightforward. Well, I don't know what happened. Well, I do know what happened. Every Protestant on the internet saw it as an invitation to attack me. Oh, surprise, surprise. All the Protestants saw it as an invitation to attack me with bad theology. And not just attack me, but like proselytize me, like talk down to me, like they're helping me. Like I'm getting helped from Martin Luther's Dingleberry over here. Like it's I didn't even read any of it. I didn't respond to any of it. I saw like one or two things. I was like, this is crazy. Eventually, I just went, never mind. Never mind. Forget I said anything. You know what? Never mind. Forget I said anything. Forget it. Never mind. It was a mistake. It was a mistake to treat you like reasonable people. I know you're all insane. I know you're wearing sackcloth on Broad Street and yelling at priests. I don't just. Never mind. Never mind. Goyd Banks. Just think of them as Christian Short Bus Edition. Yeah, standing room only. Somebody said, it kind of starts with you, though. First, The Rock. Confess with your mouth. Oh, my gosh. You see this freaking person? You see this person just coming in with the education? With the unasked for education? With the homily? Who are you, dog? Some prot. That's who he is. First, The Rock. Who? Dwayne The Rock Johnson? Who are you talking about, dude?
Tony Disrespecter tipped $6.90.
Oh, God.
I guess it's nice you're here today. I suppose it's possible you can put on a decent show. Maybe this won't be the worst thing.
Wow. Thank you, Tony Disrespecter. That's fun stuff. I'm interested. Here's your sound. Just wind chimes. It's pretty. All right. What are we talking about? Anyway, this person said, oh my God. I haven't gotten, okay. This is going to take a while. I just realized this section of the show is going to take a while. Good thing I have this unidentifiable beverage.
From a cliff jump. I hope you like your eggs stirred. Oh. Fred Flintstone. Yabba dabba do yourself, Fred Flintstone.
All right, I'm going to try and read things that dumb people say. This is always very difficult for me. Hopefully they at least have some semblance of sentence structure. 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 Easy.
Tony Respector tipped $2. Much love.
Much love to you. That was your sound. All right. Here's what this guy said to me. Freaking guy. Ow, my nips. It starts with you though. First, The Rock. What? What, dude? Confess with your mouth that Jesus is the Messiah and your Lord and Savior. Oh yeah, Dad. Oh, new dad just dropped. New dad just plopped. I'm saying plopped now, so it implies toilet. It implies you're a poop. It's an intelligent implication. Then believe in your heart that he died for your sins and on the third day rose from the grave. Yes, it's all grace and mercy, but you make the first move. Oh, wow. Wow, dude. Thank you, Dad. Thanks, Rabbi. Oh, my goodness. This guy said, hey, thanks for clarifying, pal. I like that. No problem with that guy. That guy's fine. I like that he talks like Nick DiCarlo. This guy sent me his Strong's Concordance notes. Okay. Oh. Ephesians strikes again. What's that? Do they think I'm a Montanist? What's the thing? Not Montanist. Pelagiist? What do they think? Pelagianist? Do they think I'm a Pelagianist? Pelagianist. Is that what they think? That I'm a Pelagianist? That I can save myself? Oh, I'll just save myself. I'll just give myself eternal life. Easy peasy. I'll just be real good, and then as a reward, I'll give myself eternal life. What are you, dumb? You freaking idiot. I'm so sorry about your mind.
At Extanglia super chatted $10. Thanks, Rabbi has me dying.
Thanks, ma'am. Here's your sound. Whoa. You're cool. All right. Gee whiz. It's like being dragged through the mud, man. It's like being tied to the back of a pickup truck and just dragged through the freaking red mountains. Hey, I'm Christian and I agree. To be Christian, Christ. Oh, well, here comes this thing. Here comes whatever this crap is. Oh, here we go. Another guy with an idea. Another pope. Hey, I'm Christian and I agree. To be Christian, Christ, anointed one, Ian. Like belonging to or follower. Oh, okay. Cool. Is it to accept that he was the Lamb of God sent to suffer for our, is to accept that he was the Lamb of God sent to suffer for our sin, to strive to mirror his teachings on earth, to put his will before ours. John 13:35. Okay, dude. Thank you. Thanks, dude. Hi, I'm part of the one true church. Cool. Here, we aren't. Ready? Hey, we aren't. Ready? Here we come. Here we come. Forks and knives. Your dinner. Ronnie Dockery says that's the faith alone position. Well, that's so interesting. That's so interesting. I don't even know what to say to that. Is it? Is that the faith alone position? It's by grace you have been saved through faith, not of works, lest anyone should boast. Yeah, that's the whole point. It always comes down to the mercy of God. It always comes down to that. That doesn't mean there's nothing else to being a Christian. It doesn't mean I did the thing. I did the thing. You all right, big dog? What do you mean?
At Austin Ditalio 6,682 super chatted $10.
Thank you, man. Here's your sound. And this is for Forge Lloyd. Concern trolling. Zoomers see a personality and they get shook. Are you okay, dude? None of us have personalities. Thank you, man.
At Randolph Wessler super chatted $1.
Thanks, Randolph. Here's your sound.
Snagglebeast tipped $5. Oh boy. I tuned in right in the middle of one of Tony's super cathartic rants. Go, Tony, go. Rip these wackos a new one. In Minecraft, of course, rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Thank you, man. Here's your sound. Little thing. Personality. What? What? What does that mean? What does that mean, dude? What does that mean, bro? Personality. Just say person. You know what?
Dog. Nuh-uh. I'm gonna do good today. You can't even make a normal sentence right now. Sure I can. Prove to me that you can make a normal sentence. I bought a sweatshirt at the store. What store? Maelstrom. Nordstrom. Look me in the eyes. They're just freaking orbs, dude. They're just lifeless orbs. Nuh-uh. Look deeper.
This show is awesome. You guys are so lucky. Christ is King said, how are you saved? Is salvation exclusive to the Orthodox Church or for all who believe in Jesus Christ? Salvation can only be found in the Orthodox Church. We know where the church is, but we don't know where it isn't. We're not condemning you to hell. I know you're afraid of us. I know you're afraid of everything. I know you're afraid of, the shadows on the walls. I know you're afraid of the things that Lady Gaga says. I know you're afraid of all of it. I know it all scares you, dude. But guess what? You haven't even entered the battle. You're sitting on the sideline shaking. Do you have to be water baptized? Do you have to turn from sin? Is gaining salvation a process? Does it require you're performing rites, rituals, attending church, or anything else? Yes to all of that. Yes. Yeah to all of it, dude. Yeah. And it still comes down to the grace and mercy of Christ. It still does that. It still comes down to the grace and mercy of Christ with all of us. But nonetheless, he gave us a church. He gave us the deposit of the faith, once for all, delivered to the saints. And it goes throughout history. And it has survived the whole time. Despite people like you. Maybe you're nice. Anyway, it just goes on and on. Just goes on and on. You'd be saved if you weren't lying. What? Like, Oh, Marilyn's here. Oh, good. Oh, good. Marilyn's here. She says, nothing pleases the Father but the God-man on the tree in the midst of the scoffer. Stop virtue signaling, Tony. Let's go. Let's just refresh what my innocuous tweet was. Hi, I'm an Orthodox Christian. I rely 100% on the grace and mercy of Jesus Christ because nothing I do could ever save my soul. Nonetheless, I strive to do good works because we are all called to by God. I hope that clears things up. And look at the reaction from these freaking warthogs, from these freaking dirtfoot pea pants, pea hands, Stinkletoes. Stop virtue signaling, Tony. I'm virtual signaling. This is all a virtual signal. Actually. You can never be more humble than Jesus. What is, oh my gosh. What is wrong with these people's operating systems? You guys wonder why I'm a freaking misanthrope. You guys wonder why I'm a misanthrope. You guys wonder why I sit there and talk to myself in the mirror, because I'm the only one who I can stand to have a conversation with at this point. Do I have to keep reading? I can't. You are a slave to Israel and their God. Okay. Apostolic churches are ignorant of their religion. What kind of good works do you do? I'm not going to tell you my works. That's none of your business. Anyway, so after seeing that for some reason every prot on the internet saw this as an opportunity to save me, to proselytize me. I drew a picture, and here's the picture. I said prots would try to proselytize the apostles if they met them, and that's kind of bars. Prots would try to, like if I were like an ASAP Rock type or like a 90s riddle rapper, I'd be like, prots would try to proselytize the apostles if they met them for pasta over during Pascha. I said, and it says, now you listen here, James. It says in Ephesians, and St. James the Great, or the Greater, is just there. Yeah, kind of like a Eminem thing. Prots would try to proselytize the apostles if they met them over pasta during Pascha when it's past midnight because they Rastafari and Wignat. All right. And man, this blew up, bro. I got freaking 1,000 likes. 73 retweets, 37 mutants, 37 mutants from the haze have arrived at my doorstep to prove my point. It's so crazy. And so this is why the whole thing's a lie. The title of this show is a lie because first off, I didn't bait them. I said two true things and they proved me right both times. Or I said two true things and then they proved me right. They literally did exactly what I said in the comments to the thing, making fun of the fact that all these people see themselves as authorities and walk around bonking each other over the head with their Bibles. And it's the grossest thing I've ever seen in my life. It's cringe, it's gay, it's whack, and they're wrong. They don't know what they're talking about. Somebody said the ratio is weird because I have 1,000 likes and only 37 comments. Well, it's not like I responded to any of these people. Well, I responded to 2 of them because somebody said you could make the same meme opposite. Somebody came over here and said you could make, here's what I said. Prots would try to proselytize the apostles if they met. Let me drop a beat. Props try to apostolize the time they go crossing the crappled line in front of the... All right, sorry. Because they would. If a saint came down and they were like, no, actually, I know Jesus personally. I live with him in heaven. They'd be like, I know Jesus personally too. He lives in my heart, and I have something to say to you, Saint James. Your epistle is of straw, sir. So no, we couldn't do that. No, Orthodox have reverence for the saints. We have reverence for the saints. We have reverence for authority. We understand that we're not the smartest people in the world. We have reverence for the people who walked with Christ and the people that they guided into the true faith and laid hands on and made apostles. We have reverence for the authority of the church, which is the body of Christ, actually. No. And has preserved the Bible, which you butchered and continue to butcher with every word that comes out of your mouth. So no, you couldn't make the same meme opposite. That was so dumb. That was such a dumb thing to say that I just shorthanded him with the SpongeBob. Hey, I just gave him that. I just gave him a little bit of that, because what else you gonna do? What else you gonna do? I ain't even type it all weird. At this, I like to get to the point with my memes. Oh, speaking of Discord, let me open up the Producers Lounge. Hey, hoi, hey, yo. All right. I did the same thing a couple days ago. I don't remember why. Can I show you? Can we just take a quick detour? Here. A couple days ago, I said to somebody this. Yes, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't clap at me like I'm freaking... All right, where is it?
Back to our final...
Where is it? Here it is.
At Josiah Lyron super chatted $10. God bless you.
God bless you, bro. Here's your sound. Little sound. All right. Pope Respecter says, Eastern Orthodoxy's most powerful patriarch accused of promoting Christological heresy. And if anybody has seen Pope Respecter, you know He likes to be sneaky and talk crap. Anyway, I said, pack it up, boys. They got us. What will you guys convert to now that we've been destroyed? I'm thinking of getting into Pachamama. And then he said, anti-Catholic. Oh, man. I love when they get all liberal about it. Mormons say that. You're being anti-Mormon. Well, you're being anti-masculine, brother. You're being cool. You're being anti-based by making a word for it. He said anti-Catholics counter truth with fake news. The Pachamama thing was fake. Put in an article like I'm gonna freaking click it. Like I'm gonna sit here and click his apologetics article. And I corrected him. I said, no, actually, anti-Orthodox scramble to play cover for dumb stuff their church does after another attempt at attacking Orthodoxy doesn't work. And then he goes, I literally just quoted an account run by an Orthodox priest claiming Kirill committed heresy and said Kirill accused of heresy. You need to chill. Your cortisol is spiking. So whack. Freaking ratioed him all day. All day. All night. And I just hit him with the shorthand, man. I'm not going to say calmer than you are. You're going to say calmer than you are in your head when I show you the picture. Brevity is the soul of wit. That's my only point. Let's get back to the other thing. All right. So what do I get in my comments to the thing where I say Prots would try proselytize? Hold up. Let me just give him one more shot. Prots would try to apostatize the apostles when they apostatize and go and eating pasta fries, macaroni and cheese, and they die. Why are these people so dense in their mind? The sky. You know what? Rap is hard. And they just all do that. They just all get in here and freaking do that. You know, if you read Galatians, knew one who kept insisting that St. James was influenced by the Jews in the area, but when I asked him, it's like, okay, some people are on my side or whatever. They're typing a bunch of stuff. You got to do something to stand out if you want me to read this crap, man. Freaking read this crap. He said, and the apostles would be proud of them. The vain superiority of the old world is the reason Jesus was sent to us to begin with. Children of God who think they have all the answers. Do they not see the inherent contradiction in everything they do? No, they don't. Otherwise, they'd stop. Someone named Jesse Smith said if they met the white guys with blonde hair in your icon, what do you? That guy had freaking brown hair. It's a black and white picture. They come from every direction, and all of them are dumb. All of the directions are down. And all dumb, but they never stop, man. James says faith without works is dead, but you say that faith and works are always together. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that even mean? Is that even a proper dichotomy? Is that even a proper dichotomy? James says faith without works is dead. But you say that faith and works are always together. Is that a distinction without a difference? Orthodox don't read Jesus Jewish scriptures? What does that mean? Wrong. We agree with all of them. Yeah, okay. And this guy said, so what I learned today is Christians suck at as much at memes as they do pop music. Was he freaking trying to hurt my feelings? That was a pretty good meme, and I don't even make pop. Problem child from outer space. Paul and James are not opposed to one another. I didn't say they were. Oh my gosh. But do you see what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't even necessarily talking about the faith without works is dead, but they went right to that. It could have been anything, but they immediately come with their apologetics on how you don't have to do any works. Jesus came to tell us we ain't got to do nothing, dog. Jesus came here to be like, y'all good? You straight? See you in heaven. Somebody asked for a source on that. Nigga, you're the source. You're the source. Anyway, it's endless. I ain't do anything. I ain't do nothing to these people. All they did was demonstrate exactly what I said. Anyway, it blew up. Razor Fist is in my comments talking about how Razor Fist is like, the Epistle of James isn't written from the perspective of someone who actually witnessed the events of Christ and thus is likely pseudonymous. Pseudonymous? What, dude? What are you doing over here? What? What, Razor Fist? What, dude? So, no, I'm not responding to any of them. The most response is me making fun of them over here. They can't see it. They can't see the way they act. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. Somebody just said, nah. Somebody made their own meme using AI. I drew my meme. I freaking drew that. I wrote the letters. I drew the meme. They give me some AI meme. Don't look at this man. 'Tis not a miracle. He is not in our church. 'Tis work of the evil one. What do you think anything is, bro? And actually, that's accurate because guess what? You guys are going to worship the Antichrist and we're not. Guess what, Zionists? You guys are going to worship the Antichrist. Guess what? Get ready. You're going to worship the Antichrist, dude. All right. Whatever. You get it. Long story short, everyone's gay. Don't read that. I was thinking of a scene in a movie where a lady goes, you know, Hosh said that I keep looking for love without knowing what love looks like. And her friend goes, yeah, it's better than what I was going to say. All right. I had a dream I was talking to my wife about The Simpsons, and occasionally my neck would start talking about them. What the? At a certain point, I addressed it and said, Maria, what is that? And she stood there listening, and that got kind of sad and scary because I was like, that's not me. And we both were sitting there listening to my neck talk. And I woke up and realized I fell asleep to a video about The Simpsons. And it was on my phone, like right around my neck. I was like, why is my neck talking? I was like freaked out in the dream. Some weird Inception crap there. Oh, do this, guys. Try this real quick. If you go onto your phone and go into a note or anything and type a left parenthesis, what does it suggest at the bottom? I'll wait. Left parenthesis. You know what I mean? What word does it suggest underneath? Thanks, man. I'll wait. I'll play a song while we wait. I caught you peeing in my garden, you get no pardon. I caught you playing in the bushes, I beat your tushy. I hired 700 bushmen and fed them sushi. They had an allergic reaction.
That's
in a cool rhyme and learn a lesson. I'm about to hit you with bruises and lesions. I call you lesion because you are many. You call me reason because I am scary. A lot of you are saying story. Everyone who said story, click that. And then the next word that's suggested. And then the next one. And then the next one. The 4 words. I want to see how many people end up where I ended up. I saw a couple people say story. Actually, get wrecked, scrub. Stop smoking weed, dude. Story can end here. What the hell is that? Go ahead, type the next 4 words. Oh, story of the apostles. Justin Merck got the same thing I got. What the hell is that? In all caps, story can end here. What is that? What is that? That's weird as hell. In all caps, story can end here. Well, I shouldn't show you my conversations. Look. Ready? Story can end here. What in the schizophrenia are you talking about? It's not schizophrenia, man. What, you think these companies are merciful? You think these companies aren't trying to trick us? When the MK Ultra do you not know about, bro? Why are you such a freaking world believer, dog? Anyway, I thought that was weird, man. I used to get mad at Jay Dyer for being impatient with Protestants until I realized how few of them were earnestly seeking the truth, and this hasn't helped. The more I talk to Protestants, the more I'm like, how do you not just yell at these people and bonk them on the head? How do you not just give them a huge freaking bonk on the head? Tony changed. That's not my. They pressed it. The producers pressed it. They pressed that too. You can dial it down, bud. Correlation between hunger and personality research. I want to research that. I think there's a correlation between the fact that I'm insatiable and I'm hysterical and brilliant. I think there's a...
Freaking orbs, dude. They're just lifeless orbs. Nuh-uh. Look deeper. I see myself. Yeah. I see myself in the reflection of your eyes and the reflection of your face. That's right, dude. We are the same guy. Why can't we just be nice to each other a little? You're being weird.
I think there's a correlation. I want to check real quick. Just let me check. All right? Can I check? Thank you. I'm checking. Hello? Is there a correlation between having an insatiable appetite and just being a big personality?
That's an interesting thought. I think there can sometimes be a correlation, but it's not necessarily a causal one. People with big personalities often exude a lot of energy, and that can translate into a big presence when it comes to food or other habits. But of course, appetite and personality are pretty distinct traits, and not everyone with a big personality has an insatiable appetite, so can vary a lot.
You're telling me there's people that eat like like little birds and they have big personalities and they're really funny? Is that real?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, personality is a whole separate thing from appetite. Some people are just naturally super charismatic and energetic.
I don't think it's a whole separate thing. I think your personalities and appetites and passions are related. I think there's definitely a relationship between them.
That's a great point. I think you're right. They often do feed off each other. Like if someone has a big appetite for life, whether it's food, experiences, or just conversations, that can really shape how they come across. So yeah, there's definitely a link, even if it's not always obvious.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
Of course, yeah, absolutely. What I was saying is, I think you're onto something. There really is a connection. When people have a big appetite for life, whether that's in food, experiences, or just their energy, they often have a more vibrant personality. So yeah, those things can really reinforce each other.
I think there's something there. I think there's some sort of like need. You have like a need. Like, look at me. Like, I'm like, just like a never, like not the least bit satisfied at any moment. Just always like, you know what I mean? I think I'm meant to freaking be a cannibal. I actually think I'm meant to kill people with my bare hands and eat them.
Get over here. Why you playing? You know you want to do a little dance, Super Saiyan. Come on now. Move your body to the beat. It's as easy one.
Every sound came in. We heard everything you pressed, Giovanni. It all came through. If you want to sample sounds, you can do that during breaks. You can't do it while I'm talking. You can't sit there and be like, I wonder what this button does while I'm trying to do a show, dude. That's pretty obvious to me. Is that obvious to everybody? It's obvious as heck to me. All right. We can't get mad at our leaders not considering us at all as they steamroll reality into a globalist paste. We can't get mad at them. And here's why. You don't care about anybody either. Why do they have to? You ever heard of it?
Super chatted $5. I didn't know. Lamau, my bad. Sorry.
Oh, okay. You can come back if you want. Hold on. I feel like this is a little too bright. You ever think about that? Like, you don't care about, what are you thinking about, all the people on Earth? You think about how to make sure everybody on the Earth is safe? You're not proactively protecting everybody's rights and making sure. So why, like, you don't care about everybody. Well, why do you think the president has to? Who cares? He doesn't give a crap about us. He hopes we all die. He's about to combine the American military with the Israel military. And we know what they do. We know what they do. Rape prisoners with dogs. You only need one example. So, I don't know. Just something to think about. You know? They're trying to... No, they're not trying to help. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they don't care about anybody either. They don't care about the whole world. You don't care about the whole world. You don't sit around thinking, oh, how can I help Paraguay today? How can I help Irkutsk? What can I do for Irkutsk right now? But you're like, you have to do that. Nobody does that. No one does that. No one does that. The only people that do that are the Tengu, you know? Tengu! And they're doing the opposite. They're like, I got to figure out how to subjugate everyone on Earth so I can hurt them and make them know that I'm superior to them with my inbred genes. That's a good brand name. Maybe I should sell that. Inbred genes. They're doing a worldwide uglification of everything. That's true. They're making everything ugly. They're bringing in a bunch of Muslims to kind of like destroy all the stuff that was beautiful. Eventually, they're going to have a bunch of, you know, glowzillas climbing up the Paris, the Eiffel Tower, tearing that thing down. Meanwhile, over here, it's what? It's just, it's roads. It's ugly boxes and roads. And if everything's ugly around you, then you can't aspire towards anything. You can't really breathe. You're suffocated internally. So the goal is to make everything around you as ugly and sterile as possible so that you don't know what it's like to feel good. So that feeling awful becomes your baseline and you never think that there's something more. George Orwell was a smart guy, I'm telling you. George Orwell was smarter than people give him credit for. Some people like to be like, oh, Orwell? Yeah, Orwell, bro. Don't take the plate? Why did I say that? Oh, I wrote it down knowing I know what it... Don't take the plate. Oh, yeah, okay, I do know. We went to an Italian restaurant. And some busboy came over. And he's like, can I just take this plate? And I said, no. And he goes, and he goes to grab it. I said, leave it there. I'm dipping. Because I had a piece of bread and I'm dipping it in the sauce. Freaking guy. Clearly not Italian. I said, I'm dipping. And he goes through, I was like, leave the plate there, I'm dipping. And he looked at me like he was scared. And then he walked away. Don't hire non-Italians at an Italian food place. That was really annoying to me. And then I ran out the second the meal was done. I didn't even pay for it. I did leave the card with Maria. The second I'm done eating, I feel like I gotta run for my life. I don't know, like I'm like a cat with a kitty litter box. I feel like I gotta get out of there. Like I've just gotten away with murder. I can't believe they let me eat that, and I just feel like running. So, you know, we're having a great time. You know, we're drinking wine, we're having a conversation, we're talking about life and just being happy. And she's like being like, what are you going to do about your show? I'm like, are you trying to show off to the other people here? And she said no. But I think she was, but I believe her. She said no. So, about your show, husband. I don't want these people to know anything about me. I don't want the people sitting in this place to know about my life. Anyway, so the check comes. No, it didn't even come. I'm sitting there like, what now? What now? I ate everything. Everything's gone. Now what? What, I just sit here? I just, too much farts, yo. This isn't a fart show. Too much farts. Stop hitting the fart button. It brings down the quality of the product when it's constantly covered in farts. You need to leave. So I just ran out and I left the card with Maria. Reminded me of when I got here. When I first got here, I went to a pizza place and I was like, I ate the pizza and I had a big stomachache. Oh my gosh, I was so full from pizza. And then I just lied down in their lawn. And I took Maria too. I said, let's just lie down here. I didn't think anything of it because I don't know. I guess it's probably not cool, but a lady came out and was like looking at us like, why are these people lying down in our lawn? But I needed to lie down. I needed to lie down. I was very full. That's all my notes.
Look at you, you're all goofed up. Nuh-uh, I'm gonna do good today. You can't even make a normal sentence right now. Sure I can. Prove to me that you can make a normal sentence. I bought a sweatshirt at the store. What store? Maelstrom. Nordstrom. Look me in the eyes. They're just freaking orbs, dude. They're just lifeless orbs. Nuh-uh. Look deeper.
Smoke crack rock.
Yeah. I see myself in the reflection of your eyes and the reflection.
I don't know if it's repeating parts. There's a lot to it, but you know, it just plays what it plays. I made a weird techno song today. I don't know. I was watching some 90s techno and I was like, I want to make that. And then I made this. I don't think it's good at all, but I'll show you. I can't hear it. Yeah, I can't hear it. If I put it so I can hear it, when that happens, there'll be a little bit of a delay. And if there's a little bit of a delay, then I can't freaking, then it doesn't line up with the words. And if it's for you, you know, it's for quality of view. I don't know. It's pretty sucky. All right. That was what? An hour? That was a packed hour. I did good for that hour. I give myself a good rating for that hour. Oil barrel beats? Yeah, I don't know. Well, I made this noise, but I don't think it came out perfect. You know what? I should have done like this. I should have like dropped this stuff off when I put that part in. I could be like, here we go. I'll go like this and then take out this and take out, this is what? Yeah, take out that. So it'd be like this. Anyway, I just started working on it. Making a blade rave. I was listening to 90s. I was watching a video of a 90s DJ, and I was like, this is lit. Like, so simple. And so I wanted to make techno or something. I don't know, dude. I don't really know. That's what I did. Oh yeah, it's Pride Month. It's freaking June. Pride Month. I'm going to go to an ice cream place, and I'm going to see if they have any gay memorabilia, and if they do, I'm going to say, I'm not buying your ice cream because you support sodomy. I'm just going to make the girls behind the counter super uncomfortable and cause a scene. And if somebody tries anything, I'll fight them. I'll bring like a stick. I'll hide a stick in my pants. So don't. And if somebody tries to fight me, I'll hit them with I'll bonk them on the head. In a freaking ice cream place. You know? I'm going to do that in June. That's what I'm doing in June. That's my June plans. That's an interesting approach. You'd be like, what's this flag? And they'll be like, it's for gay pride. What's gay pride? It's like to support homosexuality. What's homosexuality? It's when two guys have sex with each other. What? That's impossible. I'm so straight, I'm gay, dude. I'm so straight, I'm a big old fag. That's impossible. What do you mean? They both have the wrong parts. Well, some of them do. They do it anyway. Oh, that's disgusting. Why would you support something like that? That sounds absolutely disgusting. I'll do that. And then I'll fight somebody with a stick.
At Randolph Wessler super chatted $2. Scratch this goal.
Thank you, Randy. What's the time limit on that? No sense of urgency. Just have them putz around stupidly. All right. Here's your sound. Do the same thing for Ramadan. Yeah, just ask questions. That's cool. I can use the Socratic method because I know about all of this stuff. I know about Islam. I know about the gay agenda. Don't press a button. I know about the gay agenda. Don't press a button. And so I can use the Socratic method to make them look stupid, and then hit them with a stick. All right, so now what? I did a bunch of stuff already. Taking a break. Super chat. Now, super chat. Now, this is a concept that just makes sense to me. You just give me your money, even though this is free. Hi, I'm hEllolisTENER. I made you free content. It's free. You can watch it. You can watch it for free. But don't, instead don't. Instead, give me your money and potentially interrupt the flow of the show.
Hi, everything is covered in germs. If you don't super chat me, I'm gonna get a disease. I'm gonna touch something with salmonella on it. If you don't give me a big donation. Hi, you didn't buy my music. I told you to buy my music and you didn't. Instead, you super chatted me. Instead, you just gave me money for nothing. Continue to do so. Do it again. This isn't a one-time thing. That was last time. This is a new time. Oh, did you already today? Do it twice today. Did you already give so much? Oh, is your child going hungry? Did you give all your money to hEllolisTENER? A lot of people have a lot of problems, Cassandra. Okay? I'm gonna get salmonella. Did you know that for the same price as a packet of eggs, you can enrich a fat? Hi, this is the Tyrannosaurus Rex, creature of the jungle, one of the world's strongest dinosaurs. Telling you to give money to hEllolisTENER, even though this is free. And the reason you would take my word for it is because my teeth are 10 feet long. Okay?
Am I over here?
At super chatted $3.67, Cassandra.
I'm like a desk clerk. What do you mean no music? What are you saying?
Austin D'Italio 6,682 super chatted $2.
What are you saying? No music. Why did you say no music? What does that mean, dude? Oh, Mo music. No. I don't even have anything that cool. Maybe if somebody says something that sparks like something where I'm like interested in a certain place of my music in like the past or something. We'll see. Austin, thank you, man. Here's your sound. And Matthew, thank you. Here's your sound. What does that even look like, bro? Did you get that hat at Wimbledon? No. Mo means more, Brody. Okay. All right. I was going to talk to you guys, but now I'm just going to make you look at this more.
You suck. Don't say that to me. What? You're fat. No. What are you doing tonight? You gonna get weird in front of everybody again? No. This time normal. This time normal? What are you? Stupid? Stop. What do you want from me? What are you doing? Stop looking at me so close. Don't look at me like that. You're a freaking moron. No, you're a moron. That's you too. No, that's not me. Stop it. You're scaring me. No, don't make that face. Who? Me? Shut up. You're scaring me. Don't look at me. Don't even think about it. What? Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Hey, what? You're stupid. No. Yes. Yes. No. You're stupid. Nuh-uh. Yes.
I could have been whatever this is in a different life. You know, if it was like 1987, I could have been whatever this is instead of what I am. This was something. In 1987, in a Toyota Tercel, this was something. All right. See what kind of music we got. Ooh, nice Asian voice. Oh, thank you. I got other stuff. We'll see. We'll see. I got stuff. But I think this is a look. This is something. I don't know what it is, but I think, like, you know, this could have been who I am instead of what I am. Probably.
Snagglebeast tipped $5.
Yeah, something
Tony
like
the
that.
Musi from Joyce A is on the scene.
Yeah. You can see me hunched over a typewriter. And like, the man with African glasses spoke to a man in Spokane. Here's your sound.
The Cheap Chimp super chatted $5. I
Jeez.
like the drip Tony. Droplet emoji, droplet emoji, droplet emoji.
Thanks, man. Here's your sound. Hi, Jimmy.
Yes, I'm praying for you. May you have everything that you need in life. May you guided by his light of dark night. May you have a Christian and reach paradise. Yes, I'm praying for you, cause your soul matters more than you realize. Whoomta, make it through the day to the other side. Whoomta, you pray and I pray and we both fly.
I could do all manner of things in this outfit, including run a successful YouTube channel. It smells a little. I got it at the thrift store. The thrift sword? The thrift sword. What is this? Is that a Corona visor? I don't know what it is. I found it at a thrift store and I was like, oh, I never saw that. Let me wear it. You know? It's pretty simple. It was an easy purchase. It was like, what, $2? The hair straight up really completes the look. It does. It's not shaped like any kind of hat I ever heard of. Am I wearing it upside down? Why is this so weird? This is neat. Maybe like, this is kind of cool. Kind of like I'm a spaceman or something. What's this? Just gonna make mice when the night turns on. Am I a registered flex offender? Yeah. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for noticing that. You're supposed to wear it on your neck when you go to the buffet. I'll wear this in public. This isn't a costume. This is just me evolving. I'm gonna meet my brother for lunch dressed like this. Let me ask my brother if he wants to go to lunch tomorrow. This is good. Maybe combine this with the green glasses. No. I guess you guys don't want to see my new show that I made for you. I don't care. I don't care. I'm going to go into some ancient folder. Show you how little I give a crap. I'm going to go into an ancient folder. See what's going on. He said that would be superb. Little does he know I'll be wearing this when I am there. What is this? Cinco de Milo. I'm blinking more. I noticed I'm blinking more. This is lit. I like this.
Watch It's a Super Shattered $1.99. New show.
Thank you, Yoshozu. Here's your sound.
Super Shattered $1.
Thank you, Randolph. Here's your sound. Apparently I have a newer version of this. Let me just see if it's any different real quick. Ooh.
I'm making the same mistakes again. I take back all I said. Use your words instead. This world's gonna kill me.
Why are all our voices British by
It's
default?
too dangerous. I'm scared to think.
I chose the AI voice to be British.
It's exhausting to be with you.
To honor the Queen. Here's your sound.
You know everything.
It's called Cinco. I'm gonna call it Cinco. I'm changing it to Cinco. Here's your sound, Giovanni. You heard it? It was like that.
Let's go our separate ways.
That sound bothers me a little. It needs some gruff. Hold on. I was having a panic attack for a second. Maybe I had too much caffeine. All right, let me see what else is in that folder. Now I'm kind of interested. Well, I know Yonkers Blood. I never finished Yonkers Blood. Because I don't know what to do with it. Like, it's a cool beat, but I've never known what to do lyrically with it. Oops. Yonkers from Tyler, the Creator? No, Yonkers from New York, bro. It's called Yonkers Blood. I don't know. It's whatever. It's whatever. All right, let's see what else we got in there. I'm interested in this folder. Why you acting brand new, Get Wrecked? You know full well that we try not to curse here, man. Definitely don't do it blatantly like Dr. John just did. What are you even talking about? I try not to curse. You try not to curse. We all try not to curse. We all do our best to not have potty mouths. And you've been talked to about this last week, so I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Did you have your corpus callosum severed? You can tell us. You can tell us if you had your corpus callosum severed. Just be honest. Dang, I can't open that song. That sucks. The Browns are trying to get us to cuss, yeah. Yeah. So true. They're also trying to get us to have premarital sex. To think crime is cool. They want us to think crime is cool. The minorities want you to think that crime is cool, and that being mean is cool, and that having premarital sex is cool, and doing drugs. They make songs about being bad people, and they're like, isn't it cool to be a bad person instead of a good person? Very... Yeah, Giovanni too. Giovanni. You heard him. He said cuss. Unfortunately, I'm stealing unfortunately from Mella's chat. Unfortunately, yes, Giovanni is trying to get us to cuss and be bad. Andrew cusses? What the hell does that have to do with anything? Do you think, were you baptized in the name of Andrew, Giovanni? That is weird. What a weird freaking thing to say. Andrew defends. Guess what? Tony doesn't. Oh, does Andrew defend cussing? Okay, Tony doesn't. Andrew also calls people like me Juicebergs. Guess what? We don't agree. I can't open any of the songs in this folder, man. They're all freaking crashing my thing. But you hate on me for being something I can't... Man, yo, guess what? This is why I don't even talk to y'all no more, yo. Say cool stuff, yo. Do your best, bro. I believe in you. Well, that's like an early version of Moon Lab. Chat filling up with people who are trying to annoy me for a living. Oh, this is cool. You ever hear this? Listen to this. Yeah, I slip up all the time. But I'm not typing in chat, bro. I don't I'm not typing. I'm talking, you know? If you're sitting there and you're like, F this, all this, you're like, bro, you had time to check. Why do y'all got fatherless energy, yo? Y'all coming out here with fatherless energy, yo. Real talk. I ain't your daddy, nigga. You don't gotta rebel against me. It's not a curse, you freaking moron. Get wrecked scrubbed. You're freaking dumb, dog. Hey, you're dumb, bro. How's one different than the other? Are you retarded? Does your brain even work, bro? Do you not know that they're different? Yeah, you know what you talk like? You talk like a liberal, bro. Liberal. You talk like somebody trying to Pecorino Romano their way through an abortion. They're like, it's not even a baby. I'm retarded. I think it's not a baby. I'm retarded. Hey, I'm going to pretend I don't know what a curse word is. Yeah, F-U-C-K and trash are identical. My brain is cooked, bro. Get wrecked. You're the most chopped person I ever met. Your mind is freaking fried, bro. I don't know what you're doing over there in Australia, man. Smoking crocodile or something. But your mind is cooked, bro. You need me to explain it to you? You need me to explain what's a curse and what's not a curse? Jess, don't make it real. Jess, don't make it real. Geo, don't make it real. What I mean is it's like liberal energy, like rebelling against dad energy. You don't have whatever kind of energy I'm talking about, Jess. It's that Tony's my new surrogate father energy. A lot of y'all coming out here like I'm your new dad. All right? I'm not your dad, bro.
Nigga.
Imagine coming to a show and arguing with me and being like, why can't I curse, Dad? Just don't curse, man. You can't control yourself a little bit? Take your shoes off, bro. You're in my house now. Y'all come in here, you like team up. You're like, Dad's mean, dude. Dad's mean. Dad doesn't believe in Donald Trump. Dad doesn't believe that Trump's going to save us, and he doesn't like cuss words. Why is Dad being so mean to us? Dude, you watch my show because I'm funny and I make the best music you ever heard in your life. That's why you're here. You're not here for a new relationship, are you? You're not here for me to be your dad. That doesn't even make sense. I'm not your dad. Everybody out here just arguing lately. You know what? I shut down my show on Friday because everybody's out here just freaking yapping at me, yo. Man, you'll notice that I'm the only one with a mic, bro. If you look close, you'll notice that there's one person on the screen and he's got a microphone. I don't want to bicker with y'all. I just want to make a nice place for white people. I just want to be a nice white. I'm doing my best out here to be a nice white guy. Not use cuss words. Tell the truth about Trump. Not play the game for clout. Tell the truth about the Tengu.
This is.
Don't tell me to calm down. Don't tell me to calm down. F that, bro. Freaking calm down.
So many
you know what?
Because of your raw honesty and truly wanting to do his will.
But lately it's a battle out here.
Bottom line, call people back to following Jesus and his church.
I appreciate that. Here's your sound. And here's your sound, bro. And here's your sound.
Respector tipped $2. God bless.
Well, who concerned trolled me? Who concerned trolled me? I saw it. Hold on. Somebody concerned trolled me. I saw it. I freaking saw it, yo. Who said it? I'm here because you're my brother, Tone. That's it. Calm down. Don't tell me to calm down. You get this. No, you get this. I'm sorry, Mella. You can thank Dr. John Danger. You can thank Dr. John Danger for your tinnitus. Tinnitus the night for Dr. John Danger. That's a little funny. That's a little funny. Ear terrorism. Tinnitus the night for tinnitus. Look, I'm not going to say anybody should talk like I talk. I used to do this before every show. What do I got to say it? Fine, I'll say it. Look, I'm not a bad example of a Christian. I'm a bad example of everything, bro. All right? Let me just tell you, I'm a bad example of a Christian. I'm doing what I can out here. I'm an aggressive person. I'm an angry person. I'm so straight. I'm gay, dude. I'm so straight. I'm a big old fag.
You're fat. No. What are you doing tonight? You gonna get weird in front of everybody again? No. This time normal. This time normal? What are you? Stupid? No. What do you want from me? What are you doing? Stop looking at me.
You're one of those. Big Bob. I don't know what that means, but it's the last thing I ever hear you say. Bye, dude. Oh, I'm so mad. Every time I do a show lately, y'all just make me mad, yo. Y'all just come out here. with your freaking teenager personalities, yo. Your freaking teenager, your weed personalities. Y'all come out here with your freaking weed personalities and just annoy me, yo. You're one of those. I don't know what that means, but guess what? It's the last thing I ever hear you say. I blocked you. Nobody else has to. I'm never going to see a word you say. I'm freaking, yo, I'm so annoyed, yo. I'm so freaking annoyed, bro. Let me finish what I was saying before the producers tried to get clever. I was saying this. No, the person I blocked, Giovanni. I forget their name already. Somebody said, oh, you're one of those. When I'm telling you that I'm not a great Christian and I'm not a great example. I'm just somebody doing my best. I'm trying to explain to you. Look, there's a lot of people in the orthosphere acting like doo-doo heads, bro.
At DR John Danger super chatted $5. Stop beating up on me. You might not like it, but you're my brother, so yeah, sorry.
You're good, bro. I forget what happened. I actually forgot what happened. Here's your sound. I don't know who I blocked. I blocked somebody. You asking me who I blocked? I don't remember. Somebody said to me, oh, you're one of those. Millennial ellipses. And it annoyed me. I'm already annoyed. I'm already very annoyed. That annoyed me. Now I'm never going to see a word that person says. I have my own block. I have my own secret block. So I could do my show without being too annoyed. Most of you aren't blocked. Relax. I see you, Arnie. I see you, Dr. John Danger. I see you, Matthew. I see you, Giovanni. I see you, Austin. I see you, Static Age Show. You're one of those. You're one of those. One of a kind? Is that what you meant? Yeah, I'm one of a kind. That's true. Yeah, I'm one of a kind. That's probably what you're one of those, meaning a kind? Freaking jerk. Yeah, that's true. Good point. Whatever your name was. Guy that I'll never think about again. What was I saying? Man, now you got me wanting to freaking chase butterflies, yo. There's a lot of people. Look, I'm not into the whole orthosphere. We're like, hey, we're like Christianity, except we're freaking gnarly. That's stupid, bro. We're not like an alternative version. We're the true church. And it's got all types of people. You know? It's like Christianity with cursing. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. That's whack. You shouldn't be cursing. You shouldn't be using foul language. What's the difference between cursing and me being like, shut up, gay nigga with AIDS? I don't know. It feels different to me. If it stops feeling different to me, I'll stop doing it. That's about it. Gay nigga with AIDS. I also have nice words, dwarf mouth.
Tony Affirmative $13.37. You second guess yourself at times, yet you share something with Peter. Such a hope for all of us. Peter fell to his knees and told the Lord, have mercy on me, a sinner. I can see you saying something like that too, man. God bless you.
Thank you, man. God bless you too. Here's your sound. Yeah, I'm intertwined with the church, but I'm not, you know, and I know there is an element in which I'm a representative of the church, you know, but I don't like that. I'm not happy. I'm not happy about it because I can't control myself. I'm a really messed up person. But that doesn't mean the truth goes away. That doesn't mean, you know, I abandoned the church. There's room for me. Somehow there's room for me in this church, in the Orthodox Church, you know? And there's room for me as an entertainer. I already said it, man. I already said it in Sins Follow. I'm walking a tightrope like a razor blade. And I'm actually trying to be less aggressive. I swear it's true. Oh gosh, this is me trying, bro. This is me trying.
Godspeed tipped $2. The visor is a good look.
Thank you, man. Here's your sound.
Super chatted $1.99. Baloney pants.
See, that's good. I should add that to the list. Here's your sound. Tony about to drop the hottest tax filing of 2026. Yeah. Get your taxes in, guys. Dang, we're 2 away from the 1 goal. The 1 goal. Y'all got me thinking too much, man. Y'all got me thinking. Ooh, that's bright. I like this. You know, you think I don't think about that stuff? About the fact that I say, like, offensive stuff? But, you know, to me, I'm like, yeah, the truth offends people. I don't know. Maybe I could be gentler about it. I'm not a gentle person.
I help tipped $2. I'm doing my part.
Thank you, man. Here's your sound. You linger on it too much. Don't. Oh my gosh. Guess what?
You're gonna turn vegan. You're gonna get bit by a tick and you're gonna turn vegan. No. You're gonna get cancer and there won't be any bees to fix you. There won't be any bees. There won't be any bees. You're gonna get cancer and there will be no bees to serve you. What do you mean by that? Because bees can fix you. What are you saying? Because I heard that bees goes to Trevizio, from goes to the lady. But you won't have access to these. You'll just have cancer. Why are you talking to me like this? We have to be on the same team. You're a freaking idiot. What? You ain't gonna do a good job today, dude. Look at you, you're all goofed up. Nuh-uh, I'm gonna do good today. You can't even make a sentence right now. Sure I can. Prove to me that.
One more super chat. Let's see it, people. Nicely done, Austin. Greetings, I'm Jamicular Land Whale, and this is Last Week in the Orthosphere. Let me hear the applause. As you know, I, Jamicular Land Whale, am not Orthodox, but I'm deeply interested in my enemies. I like to keep tabs on them, on everything they're doing. I like to watch because they're really getting in the way of a lot of my company's plans. Americhunk. Oh. You can be mad. Poor people are mad. I'm happy. All right. First up, Josiah Trenum did this thing. I don't have any headlines. I'm switching to Swarm Pants because I just realized I made it so I have to be like some enemy character of Orthodoxy as Jamicular. Oh, that's too confusing. I'm Swarm Pants now. Here we go. Greetings, I'm Swarm Pants. Hi. From NPC Studios in New York City, it's Late Night with Swarm Pants. Tonight, actor John Travolta, comedian Janine Garoppolo, and music from hEllolisTENER. And now, here's Swarm Pants. Please, calm down. Settle down. Everybody, settle down. Thank you. I saw there was a roast recently for Kevin Hart. I figured I didn't get invited. I'm not sure why, but if I did, I think I would do. I'll just do my roast. Okay, so Kevin Hart is here. More like Kevin Fart. More like 7 farts. Dwayne the Shank Gillis is here. More like gay illness. Dwayne The Rock Johnson is here. That name's already gay. That name's already real gay. Lizzo's here, more like Fatso, am I right? This lady's fat. What else? Who else was on stage? Big J. Okerson, more like big gay joke person, because he's a comedian. Who else was on stage? Pete Davidson, more like more
I'm
like
so straight, I'm gay, dude. I'm so straight, I'm a big old fag.
All right, now the headlines. All right, so the first thing is Josiah Trenum did this last week.
What is Jesus doing now? I want to answer that question for you. I hope it will be enlightening. As it was for me many moons ago, I still remember sitting in my first year of seminary in a class on theology in which the professor was pontificating beautifully on the glorious ascension of Jesus and being completely undone by it, because I recognized right then and there that I was completely ignorant of the details of the ascension.
Yeah, nice job, producers. Give yourselves a round of applause, producers.
Significance, the theological significance. I had grown up as a Presbyterian boy, going to church every Sunday, going to church camp and learning things, and I could not explain the ascension to anyone. And I felt so, well, humbled and at the same time so excited, so enthused,
and Grogans, if that's true.
Illumined, encouraged by learning the truth about Jesus's ascension. And I thought, how could I have reached this point? I was in my mid-20s, I guess early 20s, and I had never really understood the theological significance of the ascension. And I thought, really, looking back, the ascension took place 40 days after the resurrection. The resurrection took place on Kyriaki, the day of the Lord, Sunday. Ascension falls on...
That hat made my forehead smell like shellfish. Not a joke.
On a Thursday. Presbyterians don't go to church on Thursday because, like most Protestants, we had scrapped the ecclesiastical or liturgical calendar. We went to church every Sunday, but if something significant like the ascension of Christ to heaven, something of immense significance, salvific significance.
I think a good thing to do would be to like clean items that you buy at thrift stores when you bring them home.
Well, it fell on a Thursday, 40 days after the resurrection, and since we didn't keep the calendar, we didn't go to church on those days. This is a consequence of my Protestant experience.
Yeah, feel free to hit that goal. Feel free to hit that other goal. We got all sorts of goals.
The ascension is the window through which to understand what Jesus is doing now. Not what he has done to save us, not his incredible incarnation, his humble, kenotic descent to become a human being without ceasing to be God's son, to become the theanthropos. We know the great love that drove him and the great humility that drove him to become a man in order to rectify human nature and to cure us from our diseased and sinful condition, taking humanity upon himself, establishing it by his righteous life and its correct orientation and natures, and then as the God-man, defeating Satan, crushing sin.
Thank you, Kyle Swam the Nile. Where's the... Oh, it's not making a thing? Where's the thing? Well, we don't got the thing? Let me fix that real quick.
At Kyle Swam Niall Super Chatted $2.
That looks lit. Looks very good. All right. Thank you, Kyle. Here's your sound.
Overcoming death, his precious cross, all of those things he's done in the past. But what is he doing now? What is Christ doing now? And where did he go when he ascended? I want to tell you an answer to that question in 4 simple points. The first is that the ascension is the glorification of our Lord Christ. Just before he went to the cross, in his magnificent high priestly prayer recorded in the 17th chapter of St. John's Gospel, Jesus
At Randolph Russell Super Chatted $1.
Thank you, May, as you said.
said this.
I'm looking for the point that why this was put in there. I didn't get timestamps. This is the first time. This is the first time I'm doing this. I'm waiting for something to grab me. I shouldn't have even said that, actually.
Father, the hour has come. Glorify thy Son, that the Son may glorify thee. I glorified thee on the earth, having accomplished the work which thou hast given me to do. Now, Father, glorify me together with thyself with the glory which I had with thee before the world was. The ascension is the glorification of the Lord Jesus Christ. The humiliation came to an end. Having humbled himself to the very lowest point and loved us to the end, giving his very life for us on the precious cross, his Father raised him from the dead. And then after 40 days, Jesus ascended from the Mount of Olives and was glorified before the eyes of his disciples, taking humanity where humanity has never gone, blowing through the atmospheric heavens that had been previously dominated by Satan and the demons that St. Paul calls the prince of the power of the air. Now humanity is taken right through that.
That's the aliens that they're going to try and make you believe in, by the way.
Domain and planted in heaven. Now the dust of the earth, which is what we are, the dust of the earth is enthroned on the king in the kingdom of heaven. Number two, it is his coronation as the King of Kings. It is the fulfillment of the prophecy of the exaltation of the King, of the great Christ, the Messiah, at the right hand of the Father. As such, it is the greatest, most significant political action that has ever taken place. All other enthronements of earthly kings who are sinners, as glorious as they may be throughout human history, are nothing compared to the glorification and enthronement of the Lord Christ, who is the King of all living kings and the Lord of all living lords, the one who holds all providential power and government in the world. All authority in heaven and on earth has been given to him. And the success, the rise and fall of nations depends upon their orientation to him. This is what the Psalms tell us, right? Just think of Psalm 2. Do homage to the Son, ye kings, lest he become angry with you and you perish in the way. Blessed are all who take refuge in him.
That's in Psalms. That's in Psalms, Jews.
The Lord laughs at those who oppose him, that psalm says. Those who rise up against him are no threat to his rule. Not at all. Or think of that incredible text, Psalm 109 or 110 if you're reading it in a typical Western Bible, not numbered according to the LXX, to the Septuagint. Psalm 109, sit thou at my right hand until I make thine enemies a footstool for thy feet. This is the most quoted Old Testament text in the New Testament. 4 times it's quoted in the New Testament, applied to Christ. The Father speaking to the Son, sit thou at my right hand on the throne prepared for you until I make thine enemies a footstool for thy feet. That's a lens through which to understand all of human history. It is the process of Jesus extending his loving reign, conquering the enemies of the human race until every last enemy, every demon, every sin is made a footstool for his feet, and then comes the end. And God is all and in all. Number 3, the ascension is the prelude to Pentecost. It is the necessary movement and step. Now that Christ is glorified, now that he is enthroned in heaven as the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, he sends forth as a coronation gift, as a great love gift, the Holy Spirit on the day of Pentecost, 10 days later. Without the glorification of Christ, no outpouring of the Holy Spirit. This is exactly what Jesus promised, that he would ascend to his Father.
No, how does this look? Let me see how this looks on screen just to make sure. It's not like the noise isn't messing it up too much. Let me just double check. Nah, it looks great. Nah, it looks great. I can maybe go turn down the band size a little. Oh no, I like it. I like it.
And he would send the other comforter. Christ, of course, is our comforter, but he prophesied that he would pour out upon the disciples him who would be the other comforter, the paraclete, who would bring great empowering consolation, joy, beautiful.
What does paraclete mean? What does paraclete mean?
Ah, good question. So paraclete is a term that comes from the Greek word parakletos, and it basically means an advocate, a helper, or a comforter. In Christian theology, it's often used to refer to the Holy Spirit, kind of like a divine guide or counselor.
You guys were all wrong. Jamie, you're thinking of cleats. Ozzy and Get Wrecked, you're thinking of parakeets. It's a guide and a comforter. This is good. Learning. It's a it basically means an advocate, a helper, or a comforter, and it's used to refer to the Holy Spirit.
Fruits to his church. That's the significance also of the ascension. It was the prelude to the outpouring, the democratization of the Holy Spirit in the church. It's the Holy Spirit being poured out as the means by which Jesus' presence is realized in each believer and in the corporate church. And then lastly, but not least, the ascension is the movement of Christ up into the Holy of Holies in the great heavenly temple that was revealed by God to Moses when Moses was on the top of the Mount Sinai, and where Christ now has gone as our forerunner, as our great high priest.
Sent super chats tipped $2 more.
Thank you. Here's your sound. Your friend in the chair has the gout. Well, he's half machine at this point. I'm sure it'll work itself out. I'm not depicting the clergy as the guy in the chair. He's got a monitor for a head, and his monitor is presenting things to people.
You need to leave.
Also, I mean, I'm looking more. Let me say this for next week. I'm looking more for like you know, well, let's see where it goes.
Priest to stand before God as the eternally slain, but standing, living Lamb of God, whose sacrifice has made atonement for the sins of the whole world, who stands before his Father, constantly pleading and interceding for the good of his church as our great high priest, the one whose priesthood is shared with those ordained to the sacred priesthood on the earth, who speak not for themselves, who minister not for themselves, but function, as St. Paul says, as the stewards of the mysteries of God, representing Christ. This is why we...
It's not even just funny clips. I'm more looking for, you know, stuff that happened in the orthosphere. You know, it's like, stuff is constantly happening. I can't keep track of it. You know what I mean? Jim Bob stubs his toe on some mistletoe, accidentally kisses a French man. You know, Clevis climbs a tree, falls out, bonks his head, goes to the hospital. They say he didn't suffer any injuries, you know. JP attacks Alex Soren. Alex Soren defeats him using Krav Maga, you know, whatever. Just like stuff like that. This is cool, you know. I can't do anything with this, though. This is great. It's very edifying. But what can I add? It's a priest. I can't add anything to this. It's a priest. It's Father Josiah Trenum. So we're just gonna watch it. Luckily, I got a bunch of stuff. Luckily, I got a bunch of stuff. So after this, we'll see what else there is. But yeah, I'm more just like looking for what's going on. The highlights of the week. You know what I mean? Shut up. I'm looking for the highlights. Shut up. Yeah, we got Pearl, all that stuff. You know what I mean? Because I can't watch all the stuff that I want to watch. You know? Back when I was driving Uber, I would have had it all tabbed out. But I can't do that now. I'm always working on this stuff. So.
Priests are clothed as we...
Like, okay, here's a headline. You know, never mind.
No, we hide ourselves. We all dress the same way.
We're gonna work it out. We're gonna work it out. It's gonna be like that, and we're gonna have headlines. You know, like Andrew Wilson ate sponge cake with Tony Hinchcliffe. You know, that'll be the headline.
We have beards and cassocks, and we hold the true high priest on our chests because we stand as his representatives, his stewards in his house, the church. He is the great high priest, constantly making intercession for us. Hebrews 7:25. He is able to save to the uttermost. You hear that emphasis on the present outworking of our salvation, not just a past event. He is able to save to the uttermost those who come to him, to God through him, since he always lives to make constant intercession for us. Dear ones, praise the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Glory and honor, dominion and power be to him forever and ever, because he hasn't just conquered all of our enemies in the past, but he ever lives and is presently serving us, presently being glorified, presently ruling as King of Kings and Lord of Lords. He's the one who poured out the Holy Spirit and through the Holy Spirit is governing the church now. And he is the one who is interceding constantly in the great heavenly temple as our great high priest, saving us, guiding the church, bringing to pass his wonders until the whole world is full of the glory of God as the waters cover the sea. May it come to pass. May we all be wise to do what the psalmist says. All of us believers, all those who are outside the church, all rulers and governors, may we kiss the Son. May we bow down before his footstool voluntarily or involuntarily. All will do so, and he will be all in all. God be with you. Yep.
Randolph Wessler doing the work. Thank you, man. Here's your sound twice.
Randolph Wessler super chatted $1.
And here's your sound. Again. Okay. Where we at on that goal? Let me see real quick. Goal ends in 22 minutes. We got 5 left. It's a no limits goal, so you can super chat anything. So feel free to super chat like 100, 200, 300, 400, whatever you want. Is your sound, Josiah? Thank you, man. Oh, that's little.
Josiah Lyons super chatted $5.
Here's your sound. Hey, I got the sounds. And I said enough farts. This isn't a fart show. Take the fart off the soundboard. I don't like it. I don't like the fart sound. It's stupid. I don't freaking like it.
At Randolph Wessler
You
super
shut up.
chatted $1.
No, you shut up, dude. And then Randolph, thank you, man. Here's your sound.
This is very shameful.
At Oshilsa super chatted $1.99. Pizza party.
Thank you, man. Here's your sound. Yeah, y'all got no tact with this fart sound, man. It should be so rare. Y'all hitting it like freaking dweebs. Y'all hitting it like toddlers, yo. Fart.
Josiah Lyons super chatted $20.
You press fart when I said fart. Yo, stop hitting the fart or I'm kicking you out. Real talk. Josiah Elleron, here's your sound. D signs.
Season 1 super chatted $5. I'd buy that for $1. Bixby Snyder.
Nice, man. Here's your sound, and that's a dang goal. What the? What's going on over here? Why am I so close?
I was worried about paying my bills this week. I was worried that I'd be poor. I was worried I'd have to live in the streets. Go to Arby's to charge my phone. I was worried that y'all didn't like me no more. I was worried that I fell off. I'm about to have a day on panic attack, cause I thought you wouldn't hit the goal. But you hit the goal. Just now.
Where's Big Boss at? Where is he at? How fun would it be to dance? It's not that fun because I get tired after 30 seconds. I was thinking of taking what's that stuff you inject yourself with makes you skinny? That's where that whole topic came up. I missed a bonk? Oh, shoot, you're right. Josiah gets a bonk, doesn't he? Josiah, here's your sound, buddy. Dang, that's a lot to keep track of. Forgive me. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. That's for you, bud. If you get a 50, you get the bonk sound. You know, we selling sounds out here. It's called Hello Listener. Tony, you better not take Ozempic? No? Why not? I did it before. I remember thinking, this is why I was looking into like if appetite and personality are correlated, because all of a sudden I felt no need to be interesting, funny, or anything. Just all of that went away. Don't take Ozempic, it'll give you cancer. What do the obese undead take? Ozempic. Well done, friend. Well done, old friend. Yeah, it's worth a polite clap. Nice work, Jimmy. All the celebrities are on it, makes you think your opinion matters, but that's the thing, I felt less opinionated. It was there's a time, it's about a year and a half ago when I was taking Ozempic during the show. I was still really funny. I'm not gonna lie. I was still freaking funny. It'll make you 100% more attractive than Jimmy? That's crazy. 100%? That would make him the ugliest person on earth. Just work out your physique with fear and trembling. That's what I'm thinking. I think I just need to get out there more. I just need to go do some stuff. Let me hang out over here for a minute. I just think I stopped because I didn't like what it did to my personality. I felt like it messed up my personality. Can I check real quick? Can I just check real quick? Just let me check real quick. There I go. Hold on. Won't take long. And it'll be very entertaining, I assure you. Okay, that makes it worse. All the sounds. You know that I have attention... Okay. I have ADHD and those sounds make me upset a lot of the time. Actually, I'm noticing. Okay, all right. All right. Very fun. It's fun for you. All right. No, I think I was still doing a good job on Ozempic. I think this was on Ozempic. Hello. How you guys doing? You guys ready for this?
He tipped $2. Merman emoji.
Get a little less shiny. Here's your sound, merman emoji. You guys gotta do it. I don't have access. Sharper, a little more saturated, but change the white balance. You'll call it the fight balance. Nice now. This is how I have to move. A professional. A jab over town. Live stream for nobody. Yeah, maybe it's boring. Just walking away. Just leaving. We'll just. All right. This makes me unattainable to you. That's done something. Welcome to the show. I'm hEllolisTENER. Whatever. It's hEllolisTENER. You could call me Sinner for short because hEllolisTENER. Help me get applicated. Abrogated. You know, when I was younger, I heard people talking about Baltimore, and I heard that they pulled cops. Like, this is the story I heard. I've been to Baltimore once or twice. Obviously not like where The Wire was filmed, but in Baltimore. And somebody told me, bro, they're crazy in Baltimore. It's a whole different level out there. And I say, what? Wow. Right? And they say, bro, they pull cops in the alleyways and rape them. Okay. All right. Well,
Alex tipped $3.
that's not that bad. It's not that bad. Here's your sound, Ulix. That wasn't that bad. All right. Back to the show. The next thing is Father Moses saying something. I got no headlines. I'll just make up a headline. In other news, Father Moses found a cool frog, and he wants to show you, and he wanted you to see it.
As much as people today on the internet are enamored by apologetics and these debates and these arguments, I would make the argument very, very, very few people are converted by argumentation. Now, people watching may be converted because they are genuine.
Yo, y'all too trigger happy.
What's up, bro?
What's up, bro? Here's the sound. Yo.
Oh my God!
Okay. This is getting like cartoonish, bro. It's getting cartoonish. I'm
may be converted because they are genuinely seeking an answer. But the majority of the time that two people are debating, even the person who quote unquote loses the debate is not like, oh, I'm going to become Orthodox now. But if there are people who are listening, then they are sometimes edified by it. As much as people today on the internet.
That's what I think. That's what I've been saying. So Father Moses said that last week in the Orthosphere, and I agree with that. I that's why I try and stay away from debate. But then again, I noticed that a lot of people, when I do debate, they come over to my show. They're like, I like this guy. And then I can convince them of stuff. They see me on somebody else's show and they're like, this guy's a live wire. This guy's a real crackerjack. I think I'm 75 years old, probably. And then they come over to my show and watch me. And so that works. That's helpful. And then I can, I don't know, do what I can. I can do what I can do. All right. Next, these are all just priests. Okay. I mean, it's cool, but all right. The next is Father Stephen D. Young, summited Mount Everest, wearing his cassock. All right, here we go.
Like, I have all those conversations with my Orthodox Jewish friend.
Yeah.
Right? We're totally clear. He thinks I'm an idolater for believing in the Trinity. I have told him, I don't know how God's going to judge you on the day of judgment, but rejecting the Messiah isn't going to help. Okay. I have directly told him that multiple times.
Right.
I think you need to accept that Jesus is the Messiah. We can say that to each other and still be friends and still have a dialogue because we're adult men.
But I get this question a lot, which is, you know, as a Jew, how does it feel that there are other religions that don't think you're getting into heaven?
This is very painful.
Yeah. Tengu. Oh. All right, this is getting crazy as heck.
At Kyle Swam the Nile super chatted $2, $2.
Here's your sound, Kyle. I'm just realizing, like, I'm taking a bird's eye view, and all of a sudden I've realized my entire show is insane. It's like a kid show. It's like Pee-wee's Playhouse. It's fully insane. I didn't know it was gonna be like that. I'm seeing it now. This wasn't my intention. I didn't have any intentions. This is just where I've ended up. You sent me a very important text about our friendship. Okay. All right. Let me see. That's... Would you still be my friend if I laughed like this? Look at this freaking... I mean, that's just lying down. Would I still be your friend if you laugh like that? Like, I would, but I'd hang out by doors a lot more often. I'd always be aware of the exits of whatever building. All right. Let's listen to this person talk.
So let me ask you, what's the Catholic view on who gets into heaven and who doesn't? I feel like I lead a pretty good life, a very religiously based life in which I try to keep not just the 10 Commandments, but a solid 603 other commandments as well. And I spend an awful lot of my time promulgating what I consider to be Christian virtues, particularly in Western society.
Booty hole.
Giovanni? Was that Giovanni? Huh? Was that Giovanni? Who was that? That was Giovanni. Okay. Yeah, that was you, Giovanni. Listen, Giovanni, you use the producer's lounge the way you use emojis, bro. You keep talking about, oh, I have white ancestors. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see not one drop. Oh, it was Matt. Dang. That was so mean. That was so mean. That was so mean for me to say to you. That was so mean for me to say to you for no reason. All right. Both of you suck.
So what's the Catholic view of me? Am I basically screwed here?
No.
My bad.
The Catholic view, go back to the Second Vatican Council, says it very clearly. I mean, Christ is the privileged route to salvation. I mean, God so loved the world, he gave his only son that we might find eternal life. So that's the privileged route. However, Vatican II...
This is a Catholic, by the way, right now.
...clearly teaches that someone outside the explicit Christian faith can be saved.
Jesus said to him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me.
Now, they're saved through the grace of Christ.
This is a Catholic again.
Indirectly received. So, I mean, the grace is coming from Christ, but it might be received according to your conscience.
Jesus said to them, if God were your father, you would love me. You are of your father, the devil, and you want to do the desires of your father.
So if you're following your conscience sincerely, or in your case, you're following the commandments of the law sincerely.
Knowing that a man is not justified by the works of the law, but by faith in Jesus Christ, even we have believed in Christ Jesus, that we might be justified by faith in Christ, and not by the works of the law. For by the works of the law, no flesh shall be justified. Galatians 2:16.
But no, you can be saved. Even Vatican II says an atheist of goodwill can be saved.
Even Vatican II, guys. Not even the first huge mistake. The worst one.
Saved.
If anyone does not love the Lord Jesus Christ, let him be anathema. 1 Corinthians 16:22. That was put out by Patristic Clips, guys. Subscribe to Patristic Clips. Shout out Patristic Clips. All right, what do we got here? Here we go. Here's some freaking slop. Here's some slop. All right. Jay Dyer says, Ruslan is an actual piece of human garbage. He belly laughs at young Don's apostasy to atheism because he thought it was an own on orthodoxy. Can't make this up. Last week in the orthosphere, this happened.
At Kyle Swamdniel super chatted $2 _
Thank you, Kyle Swan the Nile. Here's your sound. All right, let's see Ruslan buffoonery.
Who converted to this nonsense rabbi synagogue? No deconversion. I went to an Orthodox church for several months.
So Ruslan's laughing when young Don got circumcised and left Christianity because of this stupid messianic Judaizing.
Deconversion, I went to.
He thinks that's funny. Look at this. He thinks it's funny that a dude leaves Christianity after getting circumcised in the cult that he promotes. And he does his demon laugh again. Let's look.
Very interesting. Very interesting. What's the name of the rabbi that he hangs out with? Very interesting.
Listen to Ruslan's demon laugh again. And we always got to do this demon laugh in slow motion because it's great. Why would you think it's funny that people leave Christianity?
It's a really good question. Why would the Prots think it's funny that people are leaving Christianity? Why would he laugh about something like that?
How is this funny?
I went to an Orthodox church for several months.
And at the end of my, deconversion, I went to an Orthodox church for several months.
Yeah,
So the fact that he visited an Orthodox church.
Yeah, the atheist is also smiling. What's that? Who's that guy? Myth Vision? I think I remember Jay, Jimmy, and Chase all mollywop in Myth Vision in a way that I'd never seen before. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find that. That was incredible. Yeah. Was it this one? Here it is. I'll play this later. This is worth looking at. It was freaking crazy, bro.
Before he became a
Jay, Jimmy, and Andrew. And I forget who said it. Somebody was like talking about sola scriptura. And the response was like, that doesn't even make sense. Like sola scriptura doesn't even make sense. How could you possibly have the church with sola scriptura? Like, how is it even possible? You have like a million different churches, all professing different doctrines, all saying that they matter until you don't anymore. And now you live in modern Protestantism and they're like, nothing matters, just believe. We give up. We're stupid. Calvinists used to kill Lutherans and vice versa. These people used to kill each other in the streets over these doctrinal disputes. And now they're just like, whatever, dude, as long as you say Jesus, I think we're straight. But come to my church, not theirs. Our doctrines are better. It's just freaking, it's so ridiculous. Obviously, it's not, obviously not sola scriptura. Obviously not.
He was already mind effed from Ruslan sending him to get his dick chopped off. And Ruslan thinks that's funny. That's an own on the Orthodox. I mean, this dude is actually legit a piece.
If you look, he's sipping tea when that part happens. Here, I'll show you. He's like, ha 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 ha, and drinking.
The shit, dude.
Experienced that later in my journey when I went to an Orthodox church.
Young Don was someone that refused to go to church the entire time he was around anybody, and the only time he actually...
Okay, but Ruslan, y'all told him to go to a synagogue, dummy.
Wow. Chat, stop moving. Oh, what up, Lad Tabor? This idea is amazing, by the way, Tony. Loving this style of show. Thank you, Lad Tabor. Guys, can we get his links in chat? Yeah, this is the first time we're doing it. I might prepare more next time. It's hard. I'm always doing a million different things. I'm always coming up with other stuff. The show is becoming a bit of a fever dream, but I think that's just, you know, that's just how it is. Nepsis posted this. on criticizing priests. There once lived a most devout priest. Even though he barely knew how to read and write, he was a priest, a clergyman of strong faith, great virtue, and of many spiritual struggles. He used to stand upright for hours during proscomedia, despite the fact that the veins of his feet had been affected and were bulging, standing upright, commemorating the names of numerous people. He was a man of sacrifice to his last breath.
Precessional ages tipped $2. More swarm pants.
More swarm pants? This is swarm pants. Here's your sound. This is swarm pants. Though I do think having gemicular occasionally, like being like this, like, hold on.
They're a little. You're being weird. Oh, gosh.
Hi, I'm gemicular land whale business owner, entrepreneur, and I just wanted to cut in real quick and say that this whole orthodoxy thing, it's just a superstitious fad, and I'm not buying a second of it. Nah, you can boo all you want. Nah, I don't care. Yeah, your boos mean nothing to me. I don't care. I'm rich.
You need to leave.
Fine.
What do you want from me?
Swarm Pants has returned. Something like that. Anyway. As he barely knew how to read and write, by some misunderstanding, he did not place the portions of the holy discos properly. I'm like covering my mouth to like cover up how dumb I am at saying Greek stuff. When we place the portion of the all holy Theotokos on top of the holy discos, am I saying discos good? The queens, we say the queen stood at thy right hand. The Garanda priest was under the impression that since he said at thy right hand, the portion of the all holy mother of God must be placed on the right side of the lamb, as he was looking at the holy discos. In other words, he was placing the portions backwards. Once a bishop visited the holy monastery for the ordination of a deacon. During the Psalms of Praise, when the bishop enters the holy altar, he vets, then later goes to the proscomedia, which has already been prepared up to a certain point. From then on, he alone is the one to continue commemorating. Thus, the bishop noticed that the portions have been placed backward by the priest. You did not place the pieces properly, Father, he told him. Father, come here for a minute. The all-holy Theotokos is placed over here, and the orders are placed over there. Hasn't anyone told you? Hasn't anyone seen how you do the proscomedia? Certainly, Your Eminence, replied the Garanda priest. Every day when I celebrate, for a day did not go by unless he celebrated the divine liturgy. The angel who serves me sees what I am doing, but does not tell me anything at all. I apologize, illiterate as I am, for making such a mistake. I will be careful from now on. Who did you say? Who did you say serves you here? Asked the bishop. Isn't he a monk who serves you? No, answered the priest, an angel of the Lord. The bishop fell silent. What could he have said anyway? He was astonished and had certainly realized that a holy priest was standing before him. At noon, following the meal in the trapeza, the bishop said goodbye to the abbot as well as the rest of the monks and departed. The following day, as it was still night, when the Garanda priest went to the holy altar in order to hold the proscomedia, the angel of the Lord came down. During the act of breaking the lamb, the angel noticed that the priest had placed the portions properly. Fine, Father, he told the priest. Now you have placed them properly. Yes, you knew the mistake I had been making for so many years. And why didn't you tell me anything? Why didn't you correct me? He asked. I could see it, but I do not have the right to tell you anything. I am not worthy to correct a priest. Father Stevanos Anagnostopoulos. This incident was narrated by the author, by the blessed departed Garanda Gabriel, who for a great period of time was the abbot of the holy monastery of Dionysius on Mount Athos. And the title of this is On Criticizing Priests. Definitely something to think about. Definitely something to I don't know. It's something I'm careful about. You know. Although I do have my issues with the that brought tears to me when I finished it the first time.
Etoshilse super chatted $1.99. Orthodox cross emoji.
Thanks, man. Here's your sound. All right. Next thing. I'm going to jump around a little bit. All right. Here's something with Cleve. Caught using fake quotes.
Here we go again. RyanNeedGod.net was caught using AI quotes again. In a conversation with Alex Soren, he pulls up this citation and claims that it's Augustine. Meanwhile, this quote is found nowhere within Augustine's works. What this is actually an AI hallucination of a statement made by Thomas Aquinas, in which he actually argues it is a 12th century heresy. How does this guy still have a career? This is like the third time he's been caught using fake quotes. What do you think about this?
I'm only on my second time being caught using fake AI quotes, so I'll be more careful.
What would you say that you've grown or changed as a person since entering the church?
Good question.
I mean, how many years has it been now? 7?
If
8?
you count catechumenate, 8 or 9.
Okay.
But I think, Father Turbo Qualls said it best when he said, before you're Orthodox, you kind of...
Is he a bad guy? Who's Cleve talking about there? Ryan Need God? Does anybody know who Ryan Need God? This is what I'm going to have to learn all this. I'm going to have to learn who these people are if I'm going to run a gossip column on my show. Is he just like an enemy of the church? What's going on? I don't know what's going on. He's a nasty doofus. He's a nasty doofus. Guy with the chopped haircut. So do you think he's intentionally using fake quotes, or do you think that, like me, sometimes he gets into a Twitter argument and he uses AI to help him? And if you don't do that, that's fine. I respect you more than I respect myself. God bless you.
Here we go.
Think all these things out there I'm going to fix. All these problems out there you need to change. And then when you become Orthodox, and after a few years, you start to realize all the problems vices that you haven't fixed, right? Yeah. So I think that was the biggest revelation over the last several years, was rather than worrying so much about...
So he just uses fake quotes. He's been corrected too many times to have these views. That's interesting. No, what'll happen to me is I'll get like last year I got in a fight with some OOs. Some OOs coming at the EOs. And I got mad. And so I'm using ChatGPT to help me because I'm dumb as hell, man. They keep coming up with stuff. They're like,
what a mess.
They're like, did you know that Princess Joanna signed a thing that said that somebody lied and actually it was a trick and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I don't know anything about what you're saying. Like, well, this is craziness. Here, yeah, ask him, like you saw a couple weeks ago, somebody was arguing with an OO and he's like, ask him about the 4 letters. It's just like, they're conspiracy theorists at this point. That's how I feel. I feel like the OO are just conspiracy theorists. They're Fourth Council conspiracy theorists. And so they're constantly throwing curveballs at me. And I'm fighting 3 of them at the same time. And I'm like, help. ChatGPT, I don't know what's going on, and I gotta win this. And ChatGPT just gave me like some fake thing, and I said it to them, and they were like, "Are you using ChatGPT?" And I was like, "Oh gosh, no!" It was really embarrassing. It was really embarrassing.
About everybody else's
Isn't that amazing?
problems and the politics and the geopolitics and all that stuff and fixing the world, it really changes the focus about.
That's real. Everyone outside the orthosphere is like obsessed with like politics and obsessed with all these things. I talk about this all the time on the show. You know? They believe in the world too much. They believe in the world too much. They don't understand that all good things come from God. And to direct your focus to Him if you want to see good things in your life. It's not to say we don't have a place in politics and business and media and stuff like that. We do, you know. And I think you'll notice that we're real people, you know, but there's this dependency on there's an outcome independence in Orthodox because our peace doesn't come from worldly things. And we know that God has the final word.
Beating the passions. So I would say that hopefully by God's grace, I've made some progress in terms of beating some passions. I don't think that I had as much patience nowadays as I did 6-7 years ago. So this year, for example, especially, I wanted to focus on, you know, due to my spiritual father's guidance and whatnot, just trying to be dispassionate about what people are doing in debates, because I had a tendency to just immediately react to.
That's how I am during Lent, Gio. But a lot of times it's a struggle for me. I'm not even gonna lie. And it's demonic attack, like you notice it. So I've been attacked all the way to the doors of the church. I've been attacked all the way. Like I almost turned around at the doors. And then I walk in and all of a sudden it's like, I'm like, oh my gosh, where was I? How long was I out this time? It's like that. How long was I gone? I'm back. How long was I gone?
Whatever.
It happened this Sunday. This Sunday I went to liturgy. And my priest gave me like extra Eucharist. I don't know. I know it's no matter how much it's great, but it felt like he did it on purpose. Like he saw me in the back of the church just dealing with myself, just like, I don't know what's going on. And then the second I took the Eucharist, it was like a switch flipped. It was like day and night. I went from confused and really in a dark place. Like I wrote something the day before and I read it. When I was looking through notes to read on the show, I saw it and I was like, wow, what the hell is that? That's dark as hell. I don't even relate to it now. I literally don't relate to it. That's how great the shift is. I've talked about before. I've had times where I was like attacked in the parking lot of church and just don't know what to do. And then Maria prayed to the saints and all of a sudden this peace descended upon me that I couldn't explain. These things, it's a spiritual battle. We take them on. We take them on like it's like this. We take on the suggestions of the demons. We give them value.
129 super chatted $20. The power of the cross is not having to win in worldly terms. Winning normally takes sin to achieve, thus is a loss. True winning is not abandoning Christ.
Truly. Truly. And you get a bonk. Because that's a 20. What was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. This happens all the time. You know? The demons will attack you, and if you attach yourself to what they're throwing at you, and it could be so subtle, then all of a sudden it could steer your entire train of thought. And it could become your mode of being. And people can spend their entire lives on a train of thought suggested to them by the demons, literally, with no reprieve, just constantly. That's their life. But it's the crazy thing is, you know, you tend to have this idea, this kind of linear idea of your life as a person, where it's like, I made a mistake. Outside the Orthodox Church, I used to think that if I made a mistake, it was like, that was it, you know? Now I'm down this path. And you would look at your life and you would see it as like, I made a mistake here, and now I'm this person, and there's no turning back, and this is what I am. And everything is very weighty because all of it has eternal consequences. But inside of Orthodoxy, you realize that's not the case. So you can constantly return to form, constantly return to square one. And it's not a linear thing. It's this multi-dimensional thing where you return to center and you go out again. And this time trying to hold on to your peace, trying to hold on to the grace of God that you received, you know, to re-enter the battle. You're constantly re-upping. So no mistake is the end of your life. No mistake. And I mean, the quicker you get it, like getting up after you stumble, the better your life is. That becomes the whole battle. The battle has nothing to do with anything besides getting back up immediately and not letting the sins and the mistakes dictate who you are next.
Person in debate's doing to me. If they're getting vicious, I get vicious, right? And so last two big debates we've had, I focused on just being dispassionate and letting them kind of go crazy. I don't have to be as crazy back.
It was entertaining.
You can still be effective, you know,
Absolutely.
without being super equally aggressive. So I just let the past two atheists go wild, and I just kind of sit there and chill out. Hopefully.
Dang. I could learn a thing or two from Jay Dyer when it comes to keeping your emotions in check. That's crazy. That's crazy.
And not just with that but debate public setting, but also with my wife and others.
But I don't engage. Like, I know how I am. That's why with that Twitter post, when I saw these people, what am I going to sit there and correct all of you? None of you will listen. I know what I'm dealing with, so I know that none of you will listen, so I'm not going to respond. Not you guys, but the people who attack orthodoxy. They don't listen. So I don't respond. Why talk if nobody's listening? Like, that's the way I see it. Why speak if nobody's listening?
Settings, like being patient.
Yeah.
Wives are great for learning patience. Like, you have to, you know, figure out how to navigate that whole world. As you said, women have a civilizing effect on dudes.
That's right.
So hopefully my wife has also contributed to some spiritual growth.
That's very true. That happened to me. Maria made me nicer. You know? Can you say that again? What did I say? I don't know what I said. Jim Bob's tall. Did I say Jim Bob's tall? I'll say that. Yeah, Jimmy's relatively tall. My wife calmed the beast just by being a gentle person who's around me. You know, for sure she did. Nigga didn't even listen to us. That's funny. It's very funny. I'm kind of working with a very limited bandwidth.
I mean, obviously I have other passions that I'm not, still get impatient, still get, have lustful thoughts, still have temptation to other vices. But, yeah, I think from a practical perspective, like learning to be patient with people has been the first big lesson, and overcoming a lot of anger. I know like one thing that will happen, and maybe other people have discussed this in the Orthodox world, like when you become Orthodox, you especially during Lent, like you get tempted with certain types of things that are intent on ruining you.
Yeah.
And I know that like a couple Easters back, we had some really bad things happen. And even my priest got really kind of in my face rebuking me. And he needed to. It was a good rebuke. But when the rebukes are happening, it's not pleasant. It's very unpleasant when you're getting rebuked. But looking back.
Yeah, it's difficult. You know, I love my priest, but he's pretty hard on me. I've never had I had one priest that took it pretty easy on me. But most priests are pretty hard on me. And I mean, you know, if you were a priest, you'd be hard on me too. I'm someone you should probably be pretty hard on. My thing is like, hey, I don't know, like, what am I gonna do? I'm really actually like this. It's not like it doesn't feel like a choice. I'm doing my best, you know. I pray for grace. I pray for God to change me all the time. You know, I do.
Back on that, I'm actually glad that happened. So, point being there is just that, like, when you're in the Orthodox world for a while, you will begin to, it's almost like it's like a doctor assessing.
Oh, shoot, we got a goal? I didn't even notice.
At Kyle Swam Nile Super.
Look how handsome I am.
I was worried about paying my bills this week. I was worried that I'd be poor. I was worried I'd have to live in the
look at how
streets
handsome I
to
am.
charge my phone. I was worried that y'all didn't like me no more.
And then I stand up, and it's just a nightmare.
Hit the goal.
Watch.
But you hit the goal just now.
Look how long my tie is. Thank you. That was very nice to say. Thank you. Thank you said no goal has ever been more worth it on YouTube. Wow. I aim to please. I hope you see it. I know you do. Yeah, long tie is it. Long tie is the new meta. Look how long this is. I look ridiculous. I look completely ridiculous. Man, I look so cool. Next week, short tie. The other end is too short. That's what you say. What I say is this is exactly what ties should be like, and I'm creating a new trend. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. It happens all the time with me. That's what I'm like.
The main problems that you have, and your first inclination is to say,
wait, let me put up another goal real quick, since I'm going to be here for a little while. There we go. Little 15. Little 15. Hi, I'm Jamicular Landwell, and reading makes my eyes hurt.
There won't be any bees to fix you. There won't be any bees.
Hey guys, Swarm Pants here. Sorry about that. Here we go.
I don't have those problems. But then over time you realize, oh, actually I do. Oh. So that has been, I think, the biggest revelation, hopefully, for the first, 8 years of Orthodoxy is that kind of stuff. And then we had a good discussion with Father Turbo the other day. And I think
I've only been Orthodox 4 or 5 years. I'm a baby in the faith. My friend kind of mogged me on Saturday. I went to my friend's church on Saturday, and he kind of mogged me. Hey, if you're watching, you a little bit mogged me. You were like, be a man. You said to be a man. I'm doing my best.
Spiritually gifted with being able to kind of immediately assess what your problem is. But he doesn't tell you your problem in an overt way. he kind of just talks to you and lets you realize what your problems are.
Yeah.
So he's very skilled and gifted at that. And we did a good podcast on that highlighted.
Was he right? I don't know
this issue, and so I'm just giving a shout out to Father Turbo. But yeah, I think that but another thing I learned too was like you're going to be battling the passions your whole life.
Yeah.
And so you can't.
You're still trying to overcome the guilt, keeping your feet from crossing the threshold of the church. You're doing better than me. What do you mean by that? Have you not entered an Orthodox church yet? Average Siege? You haven't been. You gotta let that burden go, bro. That's the whole point, bro. You need to stop carrying that. That's the whole point, bro. Nothing's keeping you out but the demons. Just so you know. It's not the holiness keeping you out. It's the demons telling you that you're not worthy. But guess what? None of us are. None of us. Sometimes I have to just full send, man. Sometimes I'm like, look, man, I don't feel okay at all. I feel like I don't belong here or anything. But it's like Peter said, where else will we go? You hold the keys to eternal life, or you hold the words to eternal life. There's nowhere else to go. There's literally nowhere else to go. And like, that's eternally true. But that's also true right now. There's nowhere else that you can go. There's nowhere else that can heal you. It's only the Orthodox Church that can heal you. So when it comes down to that, when it comes down to like I've been there where I'm just like, I don't belong in church. I honestly feel like that pretty often. I don't belong here. But I bet everyone there feels like that. Or at least many people feel like that. But we're exactly who belongs there, because we are the sick in need of healing.
Can't get like super down because you don't defeat all the passions within a couple of years. I think a lot of people have a mindset of, oh, I'm Orthodox now, like it's over, it's cool.
I hear that a lot. That's where Extanglia was. Extanglia, when I first talked to him, he said something similar to that. But it's just, all you have to do is take the first step. You're not going to become Orthodox overnight, Arnie. All you do is walk in, go to a divine liturgy. Nobody's going to ask anything of you. Nobody's going to be like, cool, now start reading, or cool, now get up there and start singing, or cool, now hold this.
At KLW 329 super chatted $5. Healing doesn't always feel good, but it's necessary to get better.
Truly. Here's your sound, man. Nobody's going to ask anything of you. They may afterwards ask you who you are, where you're from. But when I first went to liturgy, I hung out in the back and just sat down. There were little benches on the sides, and I just sat down. And I was overcome. And no one paid attention to me. They were all paying attention to church. They were all worshiping God. They weren't thinking about me. But I was having a profoundly emotional experience. And it changed my life. It changed my life. You know, don't let any thoughts like that. Don't the bigness, the responsibility. You know, that's. I feel like prots kick against it. When I was a prot, I kicked against orthodoxy because I thought it would be too hard. But there is no other path. You have to pick up your cross and follow him. There is no other path. And you say, I will repent tomorrow, but who promises you tomorrow? Who promised you tomorrow? Who promised you next week? If they did, they're a liar. You have no idea, and neither does anybody else. So run to the church. Run like your life depends on it.
I won. Well, no, now you have to fight the passions. And then you're not gonna beat those overnight. So that's another thing you have to grapple with. You know what I mean? I mean, we're always going to be battling these things. It's not like, oh yeah, I mean, for example, I'm not tempted to steal stuff. That's not a vice for me.
Yeah, when half the church doesn't go up either. Yeah. You're like, oh, okay, well, I'm surrounded by sinners. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you are.
But other things are a temptation. So are those temptations going to go away? Probably not, as long as I'm alive, right?
It's like St. Anthony the Great says, expect temptation till the last breath.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, when you enter the church, you're really entering the gym, so to say. You're entering the training center. You're being trained to be a fighter. And, you know, those periods of fasting, those are your sparring sessions. Mm-hmm. Those periods of non-fasting, you're building up muscle. You're learning the moves. You go into Lent. That is your tournament. That's your live tournament. You know, your Wednesdays, your Fridays, your sparring sessions. And yeah, you're going to get beaten up during Lent, so to say. You're going to be, you know, despondent, depressed. Yeah. We had a priest years ago who told me.
He doesn't sound British.
Oh, years and years and years ago.
Where'd Get Rex Scrub go? I feel like I was too mean. Gosh, he makes me so mad, but I don't hate him. I love him. Sorry, Get Rex Scrub. I guess it's always going to be a little adversarial with you.
Father Thomas Davis of blessed memory, and he said that you can tell that it's Lent simply from the confessions, because the rates of despondency and depression go up. Because demons don't like it when you're fasting; they hate it. Right? I mean, you can tell that there's a devil, that there's Satan, that there's demons simply from what happens when you start to draw close to God. They'll do anything to pull you back.
Right.
They're losing someone. They hate that. And
that's basically what's keeping you. That's basically what's keeping you from just going to your first liturgy, is the suggestions of demons. The suggestions of demons telling you it's going to be too hard. Like, that doesn't even make sense. Here's the thing. I'm just trying to get you to cross the threshold and just attend a liturgy. That's it. Nobody, nothing further than that. The rest, it's all up to you. But at least then you'll see. At least then you'll understand. So many of our detractors, they've never seen and they don't understand. And they don't want to. At least be someone who wants to understand. Because I went to an Orthodox church, I didn't become Orthodox immediately. I had a profound life-changing experience. But I resisted anyway. I returned again. All of a sudden, I'm going every single week. Still not Orthodox. Not even a catechumen. Just can't stop going. Just realize there's nowhere else in the world I want to be. I just realized there is nowhere else in the world I want to be but here. This is the holiest place I've ever seen. This is maybe the only holy thing I've ever seen. and I'd resign myself to thinking that the world was dead. And the most we could get is some lip service Christianity. But no, here it is, complete. Here it is, all of it. I couldn't leave. Where else could I go? What are we saying? We're saying come and see. Come and see. Judge for yourself.
And you see it, I mean, I was at, I actually went with someone to accompany them for an exorcism at St. Anthony's Monastery years, probably 2 decades ago.
Mm-hmm.
And the priest starts to read the prayers over this person. And if you think you know who this person is, please don't say their name.
John Wilkes Booth.
But I remember that the priest...
It's Deacon Ananias Sorum is who it is. I'm joking.
Oh, the priest, it was a female actually. The priest was sitting here, and I was sitting here, and the woman was sitting here, and the priest goes, okay, kneel down. And so she kneels, and I'm sitting here, okay, and the priest is here. And he lifted up his stole, right, which is what the priest stole, the epitrachelion. And he lifted it, moved it towards her head. And you know how like when a cat is sitting there and you reach your hand out and the cat kind of does that? That stole got close to her face and she went like that. And I put my hand behind her back, pushed her forward. He set the stole on her head and it slammed her into the ground. And the pleading started in different voices. No, rule. No. She's squirming around moving. And the priest has this book open. He's sitting like this. He has this book of prayers of exorcism that's in Greek. And I'm like sitting there, I'm kind of looking over it, and I'm like, like she's trying to move, and I'm like, oh God, what's she going to do? And she's laying on the floor, like writhing. Mm-hmm. And I noticed as he's going through this book, and the words are very large, every time he said the name Jesus or Jesus Christ, her body would jolt like it was being electrocuted. And finally, what felt like 10 minutes, I have no clue how long it was. Probably about 10 minutes. Simply because the prayers for exorcism are fairly long. But she goes totally silent. And the priest looks up at me and he goes, breathe. I'm like, she doesn't move. He pulls out some relics, moves them above her head, which he had done before during the exorcism with her eyes closed. He'd bring the relics of St. George above her. That was another point where her body would like jolt all of a sudden. It was being electrocuted. Okay. I'll never forget that pleading sound. They're losing someone. The demons are. They don't like that. They don't like it at all. They're punished horribly when they lose someone. Right? But it's, we have to remember that our actions are leading people to Jesus or pushing them away from Jesus. Even being too nice, being a dish rag is just as much pushing people away, telling people they don't need to convert.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said it earlier. Peter said, where else will we go? You have the words to eternal life.
You're just fine where you are. It's like, no, you aren't.
Yeah.
You're outside the training gym.
The exorcism was really intense for me, too. Not like that. But when you become Orthodox, you have a small exorcism before you become chrismated or baptized into the church. I recommend baptized. It's up to your bishop. I remember that part. I remember that part. I remember after the exorcism, I went outside and started crying. Like I felt like something. It felt like It felt like exactly what happened. It felt like I'd been infested with demons. And they left. And all of a sudden, there was just this lightness. And it just overwhelmed me. I was just overwhelmed by the experience. I started crying. I think of me entering a beautiful place dedicated to genuine worship of the Lord, like the thought of me traipsing through my parents' house as I'm covered in mud. You're all right, though. I should go. I mean, that's what I do every Sunday. Jeez. That's what every single person in the church is doing. We have no choice. No, the time is important, Giovanni. The time is important. Your priest knows what he's doing. All right. Next thing is Tucker Carlson talking about aliens. Hey, here it is.
Entities from the spiritual realm can mate with human beings and produce not fully human replicas of human beings who can walk among us and rule over us. Like, this is a biblical principle?
Yeah, there were these
Yeah, I don't spend a lot of time thinking about the afterlife. I mean, I do. I think about Judgment Day. But I don't worry. Not because I think, oh, I'm guaranteed to make it, but because I think God's will is perfect and his judgment is perfect. A saint said that, who was it? I don't want to say which saint. But a saint said that even if I was sent to hell, I would say, thy will be done.
particular rituals that were happening. In the Old Testament, Og, the king of Bashan, is described as the last of the Rephaim.
Because that's where it comes down to. At the end of the day, it just turns into thy will be done. Thy will be done. Thy will be done. You know? Your judgment is perfect. Your ways are perfect. They're beyond comprehension. Thy will be done. Whatever happens to me is exactly what should happen to me. Thy will be done. Oh yeah, congratulations again, Ozzy. I brought my children through so many Christian calls growing up. Crazy charismatic Hebrew roots. Jeez. Cults. Yeah. No, let them look. We were having a good conversation. Guys, we were having a good conversation. An atheist comes in understanding nothing of what we're doing or what it means. At a certain point, it's just like, okay, bud. Stick around and listen or leave.
He's one of these giants. Deuteronomy describes his bed, and it gives the dimensions. And the dimensions are huge. You're like, okay, he's a giant. We found a ritual bed of the same measurements in Babylon. And
At @doughboy_slim super chatted $10. The first time I went I felt as if I was going to weep the entire time. Liturgy is probably the only thing I look forward to these days. Can't wait for catechumen classes in the fall. God bless Tony, saluting face emoji.
God bless you too, man. Here's your sound. Oh, wait. Okay. I didn't realize this is the atheist that's smarter than all of us. Sorry, we thought you were one of the atheists that didn't think you were smarter than all the Christians. This is an atheist who studied the Bible more than all of us. I believe you, dude. Hey, guess what? I believe you. Oh, okay. And who attacked you exactly? Who attacked you? And why do I have to consider any of this?
And that ritual bed was used in these sexual rituals to produce the next king. And this would involve shrine prostitutes. These were enslaved women. They would be seen to be possessed by the spiritual entity. And then there would be sexual relations with the king.
The temple prostitute would be the mother of the new king. And the idea was because she was possessed by spirits, those spirits would infuse the new king.
Right. That ritual was common throughout the ancient world. The most
who said they were better? That's what I'm saying. He read the Bible and apparently we're better than everyone. Apparently that's what we're saying. He knows the Bible better than us. He's read it for, I don't know, however many years, more than us. And he knows our position better than we do. And so we have nothing to say. He's smarter than us. Right?
recent example is Japan. When a new Japanese emperor succeeds to the throne, he ritually and ceremonially spends the night with the sun goddess. They still do it, but the Japanese government says that the sexual element of it was removed after World War II.
So up until World War II, the Japanese emperor was having sex with a sun goddess?
Yes.
Well, wait, hold on. He's a baiter, don't feed the trolls, yeah. That's the crazy thing, you know, I started today showing Protestants and how I personally find it to be a waste of time to even engage with them. And then an atheist comes in and tells us how good he is at reading the Bible and tells us what we're doing and why. Doesn't ask. Tells us. What's that got to do with me? I need to see this again.
Entities from the spiritual realm can mate with human beings and produce not fully human replicas of human beings who can walk among us and rule over us. Like, this is a biblical principle?
Yeah.
I love Tucker coming out the gate. So, talking to Father Stephen DeYoung. So, demons mate with humans and make giants. This is a biblical principle?
Yeah, there were these particular rituals that were happening. In the Old Testament, Og, the king of Bashan, is described as the last of the Rephaim. He's one of these giants. Deuteronomy describes his bed, and it gives the dimensions. And the dimensions are huge. You're like, okay, he's a giant. We found a ritual bed of the same measurements in Babylon. And that ritual bed was...
That's not even what Father was saying. I don't know why he said yeah. Well, it's a clip, you know. He's clarifying. There's probably more of a yeah in the continuation of a conversation sense, not in affirming your position sense.
Used in these sexual rituals to produce the next king. And this would involve shrine prostitutes. These were enslaved women. They would be seen to be possessed by the spiritual entity. And then there would be sexual relations.
Hey, get wrecked. I'm glad you're back. I thought I hurt your feelings before. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. I'm calmer now. I get overwhelmed. It's an ADHD thing. Maria told me about it. It's like hypersensitivity to like input or something.
With the king.
The temple prostitute would be the mother of the new king, and the idea was because she was possessed by spirits, those spirits would infuse the new king.
Right. That ritual was common throughout the ancient world. The most recent example is Japan. When a new Japanese emperor succeeds to the throne, he ritually and ceremonially spends the night with the sun.
The problem was that I never accepted when people told me this is what God really meant to say. I read it. That's not a real sentence. I read it in Old Hebrew and Old Greek. Okay. It's in Greek. I understand what the Bible said. I spent decades. Okay, cool. Go to liturgy. I'm glad you understand everything about the Bible better than everyone who ever believed in God. You're not an authority. Clearly you don't understand. Otherwise you would submit to the kingdom and the kingship of Christ. If you understood, you'd submit to the kingship of Christ. That's actually proof that you don't understand. But nonetheless, Christ gave us a church. The church gave us the Bible. And the church is the pillar and ground of truth. So go to liturgy. Just go. You can wait. You can fight off all the beauty. You can sit there. Or maybe you'll like it. You know, maybe you're open-minded atheist and you'll be like, this is nice, though. I think it's nice. Maybe you like that. And then afterwards you can tear in everyone and tell them how they're dumber than you. Now, let me get back to this really cool part about Japan.
The temple prostitute would be the mother of the new king, and the idea was because she was possessed by spirits, those spirits would infuse the new king.
Right. That ritual was common throughout the ancient world. The most recent example is Japan. When a new Japanese emperor succeeds to the throne, he ritually and ceremonially spends the night with the sun goddess. They still do it, but the Japanese government says that the sexual element of it was removed after World War II.
So up until World War II, the Japanese emperor was having sex with a sun goddess?
Yes.
I did not know that. Bible flexing competition. Yo, you should talk to here's a crazy thing. What's that black guy? Bryce. Bryce. Who's that guy? What that is? What's his name? What's that guy's name? Bryson Gay. Oh, Bryson Gray. Bryson Gray knows the Bible even better than you, dude. I dare you to do a math test against him. Anyway, he's a Judaizer. Anyway, he believes he's sinless. Anyway, he follows the Old Testament laws. Anyway, but go on how you've overstood the Bible better than the people who put it together.
Topic, do you think that salvation is mutually exclusive in the sense that you cannot be saved outside of the Orthodox Church?
I've answered this question many times because this always is coming up. And I think Bishop Theophan the Recluse answered it the best. He said, however God judges someone, God will judge as he wishes. But so as far as the Hindu who never knew God or never knew Christianity or the Muslim or whatever.
Too complicated to explain. The refuge of the intelligent. I've had that one a lot. Boy, you smart people sure are bad at explaining how smart you are to us dumb people. If only I was smart like you, then I could understand how dumb I am.
Now you can find people, in Trenton, New Jersey.
Wait, you just... no, I trust your reading ability, atheist. I trust your reading ability. Isn't that what you're telling us? You're telling us not to trust the church fathers, the saints, and the church which Christ planted, right? But to trust your reading, right? But you're also saying don't trust other people's reading. But you do want me to trust your reading, right? You want me to trust your understanding of the Bible, correct? Make it make sense.
Because of how fragmented our society is. That person, God will judge. But I'm an Orthodox Christian, and I know that if I depart from the faith, I'll be lost. And that's my position. My position is God judges whoever he wants, however he wants.
My views are the views of the Orthodox Church, wholly and completely. How is that? Do you want it like in a succinct way? Do you want? I mean, I got a lot of views. Here, I didn't mean to put words in your mouth. Forgive me. I'll tell you my views right now. I believe in one God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth and all things visible and invisible, and in one Lord Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the only begotten of the Father before all ages, light of light, true God of true God, begotten not made, of one essence with the Father, by whom all things were made, who for us men and for our salvation came down from heaven and was incarnate of the Holy Spirit and the Virgin Mary and became man. And he was crucified for us under Pontius Pilate, and suffered and was buried, and the third day he rose again according to the Scriptures, and ascended into heaven and sits at the right hand of the Father. And he shall come again in glory to judge the living and the dead, whose kingdom shall have no end. And in the Holy Spirit, the Lord, the giver of life, who proceeds from the Father, who with the Father and the Son together is worshipped and glorified, who spoke by the prophets. In one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church, I acknowledge one baptism for the remission of sins. I look for the resurrection of the dead and the life of the world to come. That's my belief.
But there is a definable understanding of who's in the church and who isn't. Now, does God save those outside of the church? He can do what he wants, right? He can do what he wants. We do have St. Varus, the story of St. Varus. He was a martyr, and Cleopatra took his relics. I think she probably stole them and brought him back to her home. And she prayed for her pagan relatives who are now baptized. And he...
You're fine. Atheist, you're fine. Sorry, I'm trying to understand what God was doing at that point. I'm not saying anything. I'm asking for your interpretation of what's going on. What's going on where? My interpretation of what's going on where?
On that, and then that topic.
I'm missing all of this. I'm missing all of this part because of you. You're kind of, my show's becoming about you now. What's good and bad? What are good and bad without God? Without an objective standard? Only God is good. Without him, there is no good and bad. There's just preferences. How could you rate me as higher or lower or anything? First off, the only people that could conceivably are the Christians, and they wouldn't because we're not called to. Only God can judge you and me. He wants to know about the Ninevites? The Ninevites? Do you mean the Ninevites? I don't know what the Ninevites are. The Ninevites? The Ninevites, man, that's a cool story, bro. Let's make this clear. I was a Christian a lot longer than... here we go. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? I don't care. I don't care how long you were a Christian. That means nothing. You're not one now. What does that mean? And now you're attacking me? Wow, dude. I thought you were... I was approaching you in good faith. Oh, atheist. You've disappointed me. I thought you were going to be cool, bro. Oh, atheist. How disappointing. Oh, atheist.
think that salvation is mutually exclusive in the sense that you cannot
Wolf is right, Kyle. Wolf.
be saved outside of the Orthodox Church?
I've answered this question.
Look, I'm not banning you. I'm not timing outing you. I'm not timing outing you, but the thing is, atheist, I like you, buddy. I want you to know that from the bottom of my heart. I like you. The problem is here, these shooters. I got these shooters with me. And they don't like the way you're talking to me, you know? And I can't be held responsible for what my shooters do. You know, they got itchy trigger fingers, and the way you're talking, they don't appreciate it. So I wash my hands of this situation.
Many times, because this always is coming up.
On that topic, do you think that salvation is mutually exclusive in the sense that you cannot be saved outside of the Orthodox Church?
I've answered this question many times because this always is coming up. And
Kabloom. Kablow. Rest in peace, atheist. He got hit by a bazooka. Talking in my chat, yapping. Matter of fact, is puking. Hadouken.
On the recluse answered it the best. He said, however God judges someone, God will judge as he wishes. But so as far as the Hindu who never knew God or never knew Christianity or the Muslim or whatever, now you can find people, in Trenton, New Jersey that don't know God because of how fragmented our society is. That person, God will judge. But I'm an Orthodox Christian, and I know that if I depart from the faith, I'll be lost.
How are you doing, Tone? Are your ailments gone? They are, Turbo Diesel. Glory to God. Thank you for your prayers, brother. Well, this is just last week in the Orthosphere. One shot. You've missed a heck of a show. I've been doing all sorts of stuff. Let's get through these clips. I still haven't heard a word these guys have said.
On that topic, do you think that salvation is mutually exclusive in the sense that you cannot be saved outside of the Orthodox Church?
I've answered this question many times because this always is coming up. And I think Bishop Theophan the Recluse answered it the best. He said, however God judges someone, God will judge as he wishes. But so as far as the Hindu who never knew God or never knew Christianity or the Muslim or whatever, now you can find people, in Trenton, New Jersey that don't know God because of how fragmented our society is. That person, God will judge. But I'm an Orthodox Christian, and I know that if I depart from the faith, I'll
Think of how crazy that is. Think of that story about that priest, about an angel not being able to correct a priest. And then think about the story, what Ubi Petrus was talking about a priest exorcising demons. Think about the passage that says, whoever sins you commit, whoever sins you remit are remitted, whoever sins you forgive are forgiven. It's an incredible responsibility and an incredible power that priests have that we take for granted. I take for granted. What did Jesus say? Do you not know that you will judge angels? I can't even comprehend the role that Christians have in this whole thing. It's beyond comprehension. I should take it more seriously. Theosis. It's more than I can comprehend, actually. If I'm being honest, it's more than I can comprehend. What was that for? What did you just clap? You just clap for me not being able to comprehend stuff? I'm sorry, did I just get a slow clap for not being able to comprehend? Okay.
And that's my position. My position is God judges whoever he wants, however he wants, but there is a definable understanding of who's in the church and who isn't. Now, does God say
Yeah,
those outside of
that's
the church?
what I
He can
say.
do what he wants.
Well, that's not what that's, you know, when I'm arguing with these people, God is the final judge. He gave the church is a prescription. You know, this is how we are called to live. This is what we are called to do. You reject that at your own risk. But I'm not here to tell you where you're going to end up, you know? But, you know, I'll tell you what. I know I don't want to be one of the people that he says, away from me, I never knew you. Stop clapping at me. You stop clapping at me, dude. Is this you, Giovanni? Is that you? Is that your brother?
Right? He can do what he wants. We do have St. Varus.
Is that your dad?
The story of St. Varus. He was a martyr, and Cleopatra took his relics. I think she probably stole them and brought them back to her home. And she prayed for her pagan relatives who were.
At KLW 329 super chatted $20. A murderer of priests cornered a priest in an alley. He detailed to the priest that he had been hunting priests. The priest asked for a glass of water, died, but the demons had no claim to his soul.
I feel like there's context to that story I'm missing. I'm interested. I think what you're saying is that in the simple act of listening to the priest, that man was saved. Is that what you're saying? Anyway, that was a big 20, and that calls for a bonk. Yeah, Jesus set up the church. It's so easy. It's so easy, man. It's so easy if you're intellectually honest. Jesus gave us a church. The murderer died and was saved. He died by falling in water and drowning.
329 super chatted $5. The murderer died and was saved.
Really? Okay. Here's your sound. Here's your sound. Man, there's a lot more clips to get through, guys.
Were not baptized. And he, after some period of time, appeared to her and said that her relatives are redeemed. You know? So God can do what he wants. I'm not going to say. But I'm not going to say we know where the Holy Spirit is, but not where the Holy Spirit isn't. I'm not going to say, we're not going to say I know where the church is, but I don't know where it isn't. We know where the church is. And where it isn't, God judges as he wishes. And that's it. So I kind of have, if you want to say it in a funny way, an agnostic view about it. It's like, okay.
What just happened? What do you mean what just happened? Somebody super chat me. I gave him a sound. The sound was this.
I hit the camera.
No, we got, what's it, Pride Month? F that. It ain't Pride Month. It ain't Pride Month. What did Father Josiah Trenum call it? Humility Month? It's Humility Month. Let them be prideful. Let them be prideful like a bunch of sassy Canaanites. Let's try and be humble this month.
And that's the answer.
Right. But and do you think it's maybe more to say, like, for example, as somebody that does have the access to the information, right? And I mean, maybe even an unorthodox Christian, maybe it comes with like a certain level of responsibility per se.
Is it Men's Health Awareness Month? Wow, those go hand in hand. Yo, get your freaking health aware. Get aware of your health before you end up in a Pride Month type.
That you don't necessarily have to accept these things as true because you know that they're being led astray. And the reason why I ask that is because you see a lot, especially online, with like online debates going on between like Orthodoxy and Protestants, and a lot of the justification is that, well, if I don't go out and I debate these things and I don't take a stand against these known heresies, then they're leading people astray, and it would be my responsibility to maybe say that's wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, some people might be called to do that, and some probably most people are not necessarily. I mean, the Christian church has always had debates. We have from the church fathers lots.
Hold on. I need to eat something. Maria, give me food, please. You gotta eat food. I gotta get something in me. I'm getting sleepy. I also haven't drank anything in hours. I need a beverage. What'd I say? What'd I say? Huh? Who did it? What'd I say?
At Planet to
What did I say, Gio?
$5. You are doing a good job.
No, the farting is stupid. It's stupid. It's juvenile. It's sophomoric. It's kindergartenist. It's preschool adoxish. Producer's Lounge is closed. I don't like it. It makes this show a cartoon when you guys keep pressing farts. It's not good. I kicked you out for something like 5 minutes, and I left the Producer's Lounge. Everybody thank Giovanni for no more Producer's Lounge today. I didn't give him the fart sound. I want the fart sound off the soundboard. I'm taking a break.
You tired of listening to music? It's like the equivalent of eating a mayonnaise sandwich. Why don't you get yourself a big New York sausage hot dog?
Why don't you get yourself a New York hot dog? Why don't you get yourself a hot dog sandwich? Why don't you come on over here?
BostonStreetRecords.bandcamp.com. BostonStreetRecords.bandcamp.com.
You tired of making bad decisions all your life? Why don't you make one good decision once in your life and buy my freaking music? Why don't you go ahead and go buy my music? Why don't you buy my music? Huh? Why don't you go ahead and go buy my music right now, huh? Buy my stupid music, alright, jerk? What are you, polyamorous? Buy my music.
Come buy my music, hey, come on, click the link, go to the sink, take a drink. We got a CDs and tapes of it. Buy that stink, cause you know it's stinky, cause we get funky over here, people. And I ain't no funky monkey, man. Colossal Squid Records, bandcamp.com. Yeah, you can listen to it on iTunes. Yeah, you can listen to it on iTunes. You can listen to it on
Rhapsody? Do I look like a swarthy gentleman from the South? Or do I look like a Sicilian scam artist? Hey, I'm just keeping it real. I'm just like you. Hey guys, you want to support my stream? Come on back, buy my music. It's nothing but pressure, and it's no pressure. Just come and do it.
Then put it in your boombox and oosh baka. We about to have a freaking flying carousel, carnival clowns, people flying around, light up buildings, fluorescent lights, a bing bong, da 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 dang 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 dang. It's a carnival. It's a horse ride. It's some fireworks.
Oh great, now the white balance is off. What is this, the fight balance? What do you want, a punch? What do you want, lunch? When you say camera phone, you sound anachronistic. Hey, I'm taking a picture of you with my camera phone because this guy hasn't even bought my music. Hey guys, check this guy out. Apparently this is what it looks like when you don't buy Colossal Squid Records music. Ooh. Ah, you choose to look like this? Don't you know that if you buy my music, it changes your genetic makeup and gives you a better physiognomy? That's a fact. That's not a lie. That's a fact. Why are my hands this color?
Tired of listening to music's like the equivalent of eating a mayonnaise sandwich. Why don't you get yourself a big New York sausage hot dog?
Why don't you get yourself a New York hot dog? Why don't you get yourself a hot dog sandwich?
At Kyle Swam the Nile super chatted $2. What are you, polyamorous?
I was just eating chicken. It's a good guess, Randolph. No, that wasn't a guess. Maria said so. I didn't change. I'm wearing the same thing. It's the freaking best show. Can't believe I didn't hit 10,000 subscribers by June. June more like screwing me out of 10,000 subscribers. I didn't? Oh, that's because I'm doing a different show now. I'm doing Last Week in the Orthosphere. I needed to get on Rogan. Joe Rogan, more like Joe Rogaine. That guy has no hair. That guy's bald. Who else was on the show? He wasn't. Tony Hinchcliffe? More like Tony, I'd like to friggin' lynch that guy off of a cliff. Is that gonna get my channel ruined? Is that gonna... I like Tony Hinchcliffe, alright? Nah. Nope. Nah. He's fine. Who else was there? Turn Up Beat, It's Awesome. Du Stremo when? What that mean? All right. Okay. Lynching jokes will definitely get those butts in seats. Why people got lynched too, man? Oh, the word lynch. Oh, lynch. Oh, not lynch. Oh, David Lynch. Ah, my ancestors. Man, I'm Sicilian, bro. You think they didn't lynch us, bro? Lynching was, that was like a punishment for crime. They weren't just like, what do you want to do today, bro? Oh, let's go find someone to kill on a tree. No, lynching had to do with actual crime. Or, you know, let me not be a lynch apologist here. I don't know. I don't know too much about it. You know what? I don't know. You know what? I don't. It's neither here nor there. I don't know anything about lynching. I'm sure it was, I know it kills you when they do it. Apparently it makes you dead if they do it to you correctly. Anyway, relax. Nobody's lynching you, dude. Gay guy. You know. Let's get back to the show. Gay guy. Gay guy is a good band. Yeah, that's pretty good. Gay guy. What's your band? Gay guy. I guess it's a good band name for gay guys. Put on your beats. Yeah, I kind of want to do that. You know what? That's what I want to do right now, is listen to some beats. These are really old beats. I'm in a really old folder right now. These are from like 2010. They don't have lyrics. None of them have lyrics. I've decided I'm not going to listen. I've decided I'm not going to listen to the new boards of Canada. I've made up my mind. I think they were going down a dark path for a long time. There's a lot of occult stuff in their music. And even though it's been 13 years in the making and it's a momentous occasion for all of us weirdos, I'm not going to listen to it. I don't want to hear it. It's like eyeless children on the cover, and it's not in the cool Boards of Canada music as the right to children way that was kind of like, you know, it's just like a foggy memory. It's more demonic. And also in really bad taste considering all the Pizzagate and Epstein stuff that's come out. To then release something so obviously occultic. I want none of it. So I've decided I'm not listening to the new Boards of Canada album. I don't care what it sounds like. It has nothing to offer me. You gotta be careful about who you get your music from. Yeah, they released a new album last week. There was occultism in a lot of their stuff. Tony, are we vibing right now? Huh? I mean, are you? I think so.
At Josiah Lyron super chatted $10. Do your dogs ever bark at strangers? My dog is a worker T1. Snag Beast will tell you that when he leaves the room and then comes back and he barks again. He's a good dog but a weird one. Smile.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the dog's main thing is barking at people. Yeah. My dogs do it too. Here's your Sam. Yeah, that's kind of the point. Like Boards of Canada is more obvious about the occultism in their stuff. But you know how these people are. It's all just colors on their painter's palette. Occultism. How provocative. Maybe, or maybe they're really into that crap. How could you ever know? You could never know. They're obvious with their occult references. They always have been. But the new stuff, it just looks so dark, bro.
At reverse_massage super chatted $4.99. Try to teach my dog to bark in a British accent, but instead she spoke Hindi and stabbed me.
Yeah. Well, Indian food is kind of like dog food. Here's your sound. What was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? The thing is, a lot of the modern music, and even some of the not so modern music, but definitely since the digital era, it's very easy to put all sorts of demonic stuff in your music without the listener ever knowing. Like, it could be like a Backstreet Boys song, and there's actually all sorts of, hexes and spells and stuff like that underneath it that you can never hear. Maybe if you were deep into it, you could like find them, but even then, so at least Boards of Canada is straightforward with it. But the whole I just do it because it's interesting shtick is like, that's about as Jewish as it comes. That's that Marina Abramovich crap. These people will sit there and say it's art. They'll say they're being provocative, but they are casting spells. And while they don't affect us because we're children of God, they do affect the world around us. They do affect the people around us, And there's people around, all around us with songs in their heads that are, even in overt ways. Like, okay, so that's the subtle ways. You have subtle ways where you can put it in frequencies where they don't hear. You can put it in actual visual sigils through spectrograms, and stuff like that. So that's one way that you can F with people. But there's also just the trance itself, how songs will just have this kind of earworm. A lot of songs will, like, if you listen, a lot of pop songs will be saying something and then this single line gets repeated. Like, it becomes like a cool part of it. Like, it'll be repeated either through an echo or something like that. And it'll just be the most prideful or self-destructive or sexual or hedonistic thing. Or just some suggestive thing, Some song is like, girl, you gotta dump him, 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 and they make dump him like sound really catchy. And then you get these 20-year-old girls walking around freaking Brooklyn just hearing dump him in their head all day. And they think it's a sign when their boyfriend calls. Their boyfriend calls them up and they're like, hey, babe, I was just wondering if you wanted Chinese tonight. And they're like, oh, you called when I was thinking of dump 'em. Must be a sign from the goddess. Music is very manipulative. It's very manipulative. I did a thing on it a couple of months ago. Maybe like half a year ago. Let me show it to you real quick. Man, shut up. Yo, can you make them be quiet? Does anybody know the clip I'm talking about? Sorry, hold on. I'm looking. Here it is. You can't see anything. That joke didn't land. I had it, but it went to that. Here it is. No.
Hi.
Ladies and why is it so hard to do shorts on here?
Nicolas Fuentes. Nicolas Fuentes. Welcome to America First. Ay, 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 ay. With your host, Nicolas Fuentes. Nicolas Fuentes. Welcome. Welcome to the show. I'm Nicolas Fuentes. Welcome to America First. America First. I'm Nicolas Fuentes. We have a great show for you today. A lot of things going on in the news. Gotta
get out of here. I gotta let you do your thing there.
There it is.
Smart people read Anna Karenina. But really smart people read Anna Nana Karenina Potina.
All right, here it
Yes,
is.
we kill you. Yes. A comment.
All right, here it is.
First I go like this, and then I go, I'm a Puerto Rican girl.
Nope.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, here it is.
And the best way to be kept in check is to be orthodox. And you see how many artists get carried away. You see Kanye. You see how he acts. Talking about how he's a god. Nigga, you put a beat together. Relax. But hey, everybody's treating him like he's a god. You could start believing in the hype. It's a temptation for a lot of artists. And not only that, but when you're in the music scene, you feel like you have to sell a mystery to people. You got to create an image. And that's like nihilism. It's like what cool is. Cool is bravado hiding nothingness. It's the sense that there's something you're not privy to without any actual substance. It's the idea of you don't get it. Oh, I don't get it? What is it? Ugh. If you have to ask, you'll never know. What's there to get? There's nothing there. There's nothing there at all. It's a giant illusion. There's nothing behind it. But that's the power that people can use. They can create this mass illusion and people will buy into it. You can be coy and be like, oh, I'm different. You can't understand me. I'm privy to something you're not privy to. They're not privy to anything. They're just retarded drug addicts. They're not privy to anything. There's only one thing to be tapped into: Christ. That's it. There is nothing else. And all Satanism, all witchcraft, all sorcery, all illusions of grandeur, not delusions, illusions of grandeur, illusions of being tapped into some mystery, all that is a facade covering nothing. And the worst thing you could say is, what does it mean? Because they can't answer. Because they don't know either. Dude, did you hear Lateralis? It sounds like the lead singer of Tool is tapped into something that I need to be tapped into. Maybe I should do DMT. Maybe I should do acid. Maybe then I'll understand the Alex Gray paintings. There's nothing there. They're just people on drugs. They don't know what it means either. They get some guru to convince them that it means something. What does it mean? Oh, it means you're God. And there's Kanye. I'm God. Artists belong where I am, relegated to the corners of society, living off of alms. That's what it's supposed to be. We're not supposed to be worshipped as gods. This is the problem with the Renaissance, is all of a sudden the people making the icons became more important than the icons themselves, more important than what the icons represented. And then Michelangelo, when he saw,
I felt handsome, but I'm kind of mogging myself with this. Like, I feel so fat next to this video from 6 months ago. I'm really like, I feel genuinely mogged by my own self right now. Like, I want to get off screen because I look so fat in comparison.
That they didn't know who made that statue of the Theotokos. Everybody's admiring it. Look at this beautiful statue of the Theotokos. Who made this? That night he chiseled his name into her breast. You understand? It's the beginning of the end right there. Of these self-worshipping people, these self-worshipping artists who think that because they've been given a gift, that somehow they're greater than the one who gave it to them.
Yeah. So you gotta be careful with art, man. You gotta be really careful with what you take in. You have to decide. Because there's a never-ending stream these days. They're always going to try and shove something down your freaking gullet. They're always going to try and get you to listen to some BS. You have to decide whether it's worth it. And no one could do that for you. I made that decision a long time ago. I feel physically ill when I hear stuff that I know is demonic. That's probably why I make so much music, is because the only music I want to hear is my own stuff, man. Because I know it's not coming from a dark place. Certified. Look, I'm not a great guy, but nothing I'm doing is a cult. Nothing I'm doing comes from a desire to subvert this or make people be evil or anything like that. Everything I'm doing is straightforward, you know. No, it's also a different camera. I have the other camera. Let me see if the other camera looks better. Hold on. It's like worse but better. You know what I mean? Here. Let me show you. The camera looks worse, but I look better. You see? The camera's worse, but I look better on it. Yo, Spishu, you have one more chat before I decide that I don't ever want to see you talk again. You get one more chance to say something that doesn't annoy me. Go ahead. Now's your chance. Let me see. Go ahead. Say something. Here's your chance. No, come on. Say one of your cool things, man. Go ahead. I want to see. I want to see if I like it this time. Because so far you said, great joke. Keep explaining. Wow. Let's see. Let's say something else now. I want to see if I like it. Because I didn't like any of that. But maybe this time you'll say something I like. Go ahead. Oh, he's making fun of Are We Not Men? Oh, that's fine. Go ahead.
This song is it's just me.
Yeah, you're not allowed to talk to each other. And you're not allowed to talk to me. Actually, you're not allowed to talk to each other or me. If you talk to each other, I think you're talking to me, and you're not allowed to talk to me. If you talk to me, you're going to make me mad. You're going to say something that makes me mad. So, those are the rules. Sorry. So sorry about my rules. Those are the rules. Sorry. What are you allowed to do? No questions. I like Dustin. Dustin was good. Laughing like it. I'm talking to you, homie. No. Don't make eye contact with the czar. I like shorelines. You know what? You guys rate me all the day. You know what? You guys sit here and freaking give me a play-by-play of every word that comes out of my mouth. I'm going to do that for you guys now. All right. STFU in the chat with the big mad. Nice. Listen, we aren't dating. Whack. Whack comment. Whack. Meet the Blessed. Here for this. Hey, thanks, man. Is that Myron Chuck's new thing? That's his show. I didn't know you changed your thing. What's up? That's fine. D-Sign says, shh, that's fine. Only positivity in chat? Like it. Giovanni Garcia, laughing. Good. Are we not men? Haters are permitted. What are we allowed to do? No questions. I'm talking to you, homie. Don't like it. Dad. Emojis. Don't make eye contact with the czar. Great. Can't. Chat, shut up. That's fine. Tony said a thing. That's fine. Timu Tangu. I don't know about that one. Right now, Tony is reviewing the chat messages all the people are saying because he wants to, and it's his channel so he can do what he likes. So true. Weird that's coming up, Meet the Blessed. Who was I yelling at in chat? I don't know. And then Giovanni, I guess, tried to type penis. Yeah. Giovanni, you're 4, dog. You're straight up 4, dog.
This song is it's just me. Sometimes I can't shut it up. I come back and run it out. This is my song. No one sing along, yeah. This song is it's just me. Sometimes I can't shut it up. I come back and run it out. This is my song. No one sing along. song is what if you don't have words? It's just lit. Sometimes I can't shut it up. I come back and run it up. This is my song. This song is what if you don't have words? It's just lit. Sometimes I can't shut it up. I come back and run it up. This is my song.
For Unk by Unk. For Unk by Unk. All right. Guess we'll get back to that one show. I'm tired. Let me get through the rest of this and leave. All right. Next thing is, we were watching this. This was actually really good.
Lots of letters to heretics and stuff like that. So, but I think you have to be really a holy and person to be able to really do it well, right? I mean, and you need more than just a keyboard and internet access.
Yeah, I agree. And then I guess it goes to the point of like, are you doing this because you think you're smarter than everybody, or are you doing this because of your ego, or are you really doing this because you want to help and save and you love your neighbor, right? Which I guess I don't know how you make that distinction. Because as another thing I've noticed a lot about the spiritual life, it's very difficult to make these distinctions sometimes.
Is that Nick? No, that's Gio. That's Giovanni Garcia. Either that or it's the Aborigine. I have one Aborigine fan. You can guess who it is.
Because I don't think we all, I mean, at least me personally, I don't have the discernment sometimes to know if I have an idea to do something good for someone. I pray that it's not my ego and that it's truly God working through me, but it
It's
also
the
could
womb
be.
you got.
So how do you make that? How do you develop that discernment outside? I mean, is it just prayer and time, or?
Well, I told you at the
No,
beginning.
Get Rex Scrub is my Aborigine follower.
And before we were on camera, that I'm gonna, I have one trick. I have a one trick pony, and to me, it's all about intensity. It's all about trying to live a spiritual life. It's all about fasting, reading the Gospels, reading the Psalter, having a regular prayer rule, learning the Jesus prayer, hopefully with someone to guide you, or if you're not being guided, just to do it in a simple way from an initial explanation. All of that stuff is absolutely necessary. You can't really learn anything unless you're learning it internally. It's not what comes in your ears that teaches you. It's the experience of God.
That's why I don't leave the house. Nobody can mock me here. I'm in my spaceship. I'm flying around in my spaceship. Out there, everyone mocks me. Everyone. Children. Women. Midgets. Retards. Everyone. This is where I belong. In my little room, acting tough. I'm an internet tough guy. This is what I like. I've found myself.
Within you. Now, the things that come in your ears, they can help, but only when you're ready for them, only when you're able, right? I mean, look at we just had the Samaritan woman. Oh, that's the greatest conversation in all of Scripture, because it is literally.
I felt bad for saying retards. Down syndromes. I was saying retards about, I was talking about Protestants when I said retards.
God speaking with the soul. And she was not doing the right stuff.
Retards is my name for Protestants. Yeah. You know, can a paraplegic just be someone with no arms? Hold on one second. Can a paraplegic just be someone with no arms?
Ah, I see where the confusion might come from. So actually, paraplegia specifically refers to paralysis that affects the lower part of the body, typically both legs and sometimes the lower torso. If someone has no arms or upper body paralysis, that's actually a different category, like quadriplegia, where all 4 limbs can be affected. So
no, that's not what I'm talking about. Quadriplegia, yeah, that's 4 limbs. I'm saying only their arms. Is anybody paralyzed in only their arms?
Ah, got it. Yes, that can happen, though it's less common. If the paralysis is localized to the arms, that's sometimes called a form of monoplegia, or partial paralysis of the upper limbs. It usually depends on the cause, like a spinal injury at a higher level or a localized nerve issue. So yes, it is possible, just less typical.
I hope that doesn't happen to me.
Yeah, I can imagine that's a really scary thought. I'm glad you're thinking about it, though. If you ever have concerns or just want to talk about it, I'm here. And of course, I hope you stay healthy and well.
You have an imagination?
Yeah, I do. I think when we talk about these kinds of things, my mind just tries to picture all the possibilities and stay empathetic. But I'm really glad you're just...
I don't believe you. I don't believe that you have a mind. But listen, say that I won't get paralysis of the arms. Say that I won't become a monoplegic. Say it.
I can't predict the future, so I can't say for sure that you won't ever experience something like that. What I can say is that most people don't, and if you ever have concerns, it's always good to keep in touch with a doctor.
Just say that I won't. Just say I won't get it. Just say it won't happen to me. Just do it.
I get you, and I want to reassure you. Most people don't experience that, and I'm really hoping it won't happen to you. You've got a lot of life ahead, and I really hope you stay
You're making
healthy.
it sound like it's going to happen to me. Each thing you say makes it clearer and clearer to me that I'm going to be a monoplegic. I want you to simply say, hey, not you, bud. That's not going to happen to you. Can you do that for me, please?
Of course. Hey, not you. That's not going to happen to you. I know it's a scary thought, but I really believe you're going to stay healthy. And I'm here if you need anything.
Thanks.
Have the proper theology. Her theology was wacko, and she was living with another man. She had had 5 marriages. Clearly, she was not living right. But she had a beautiful soul, and she had humility, and she had a desire to know things. And when Jesus answered her in certain ways, sometimes rather sharply, and sometimes sort of in a confusing way, she just wanted to know more. So
No, it didn't lie. It said I'm not going to be paralyzed in my arms. If I get paralyzed in my arms, I'm going to take up hacky sack. I'm going to probably have to kind of tie my arms down so they don't flail around and mess up my moves.
if we are listening and we're struggling and we're always, as much as we can, be in a state of preparedness, like Mary sitting at the feet of Jesus, then we start to learn things, and we learn things from experience and from God in our heart. That's the most important thing. And most of this stuff on the internet is people with their heads talking about stuff, right? And I would guess, I mean, I've actually known a few people that were very popular. Now, I've known of them, actually. Very, very popular. And I've learned something of their inner life, which was pathetic. You know, I mean, porn, marijuana, heavy drinking. I mean, and you're teaching people. Now, nobody should say that because I know certain people, I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but I have learned about the
Jim Bob.
life of these people. And some of
He's talking about Rachel Wilson.
them are not so good.
Yeah.
Huge pothead.
Yeah, my the Father Deacon Peter, who's the deacon at our parish, he did warn me. He said, "Hey, I know you have a podcast, but please make sure that you're not out there like talking about your own advice and experiences because you're very new." He says, so he's like, probably what you're doing is a little bit safer because you're interviewing people, but he's like, just keep that in mind. But I see that a lot with these 18, 21-year-olds talking about orthodoxy online. And I'm not saying I'm any better than them.
I'm joking. I'm joking about Jim Bob, Ed, and Rachel. I mean a joker. Tengu. Whoops. like that, you know, with a joke. Careful, Rachel could probably beat you up.
Much as we
I could
can
beat up
here.
every woman. I could beat up every woman in the world. I could beat up Serena Williams and her sister at the same time. What's it, Venus? I could beat up Serena. I can beat up Pearly Things, Serena Williams, Rachel Wilson. Sorry, Rachel. Pearly Things, Rachel Wilson, Serena, and Venus Williams all at the same time. As long as I'm not monoplegic.
A state of preparedness like Mary sitting at the feet of Jesus, then we start to learn things. And we learn things from experience and from God in our heart. That's the most important thing. And most of this stuff on the internet is people with their heads talking about stuff. Poor teaching people. Now, nobody should say that because I know certain people, I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, but I have learned about the life of these people. And some of them are not so good.
It's a good idea. Do you think I could beat up Serena and Venus Williams?
I mean, I get that you might be joking around, but honestly, Serena and Venus Williams are such elite athletes, like some of the best tennis players ever. I think most people, even really fit people, would have a tough time. So probably not.
But I'm a man.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. And sure, size and strength can be an advantage, but the Williams sisters have such refined skills, speed, and training. They've been at the top for decades, so it's really about...
Racist.
Yeah. Yeah, my the Father Deacon Peter, who's the deacon at our parish, he did warn me. He said, "Hey, I know you have a podcast, but please make sure that you're not out there like talking about your own advice and experiences because you're very new." He says, so he's like, probably what you're doing is a little bit safer because you're interviewing people, but he's like, just keep that in mind. But I see that a lot with these 18, 21-year-olds talking about orthodoxy online. And I'm not saying I'm any better than them.
Look, I'm the worst freaking guy in the whole world. Okay? And I feel it right now. I'm like, you're bad. You should shut up. And I'm sorry, I can't.
I don't even know if I'm worse or I'm better, but I'm certainly not better. And I was like,
yeah, I could beat everybody up as a trained kickboxer too, dude. You know? Let's not live in fantasy land.
I don't really know if there's we're in a position to be doing that. I know there's a place for it and I know it's important, but again, going back to the question, how do you make that discernment when somebody would be ready to do that in a way that's...
Yeah, but I could as a trained kickboxer. I could beat everybody up as a trained kickboxer. It's the same thing you said. I don't know why you're being weird.
Actual, bringing more benefit to people's spiritual health, as opposed to just, hey, I want to just get an audience online, and orthodoxy seems to be trending, so this is what I'm doing now.
Well, let me take somebody from...
It's taking a dark turn. I apologize for saying that everything. I apologize for the past 5 minutes of the show. Okay? Here. To make it up to you, here. I hope that can heal the damage I've done.
The history, St. Cosmas Attilos. He was a very proficient monk on Anathos. He was a holy man who felt called to go out in Asia Minor and preach. He went to all these towns, he'd erect a cross, and then he'd preach to the people. And we have some of his preaching, which is just amazing, simple and very profound, very ascetical. And he was prepared for such a thing because he was living a holy life. So I would say if a person doesn't have much of a prayer rule and doesn't, has problems with some of the modern day maladies, like smoking dope or porn or not really coming to services very often, etc. I'd say you're not ready for prime time yet, and that should be your own,
I don't think I'm ready for prime time. I mean, I am very entertaining and funny, but that's why I like the orthosphere thing. Like I'm a fringe character. I don't see myself as like a teacher or anything like that. God forbid. I don't at all. I just see myself as someone who likes orthodoxy, believes in it with all his heart, and wants people to know about it, but I'm not like anything. You know, I'm not an apologist, a debater. I'm not a teacher. I'm just a freaking guy over here. I'm a musician. I'm an artist. I'm a comedian. That's all I am. That's all I am. So, you know. Don't ever get it twisted.
We should be humble about such things.
Yeah, and I guess going back to what you said, right? There's a distinction between like the intellectual understanding, the theology, which is what a lot of people are into, myself included.
Tony, you taught me to dust the chips off the seat before laser. Look, I'm not saying I don't have anything to offer. You know, I could teach you something. You know, I could teach you how to, you know, like kind of use a rolling pin to flatten a sandwich so you can eat it easy. You know, you gotta put plates on the side. Well, I'll make a short about it. My jaw pops lately, so I can't eat cheeseburgers anymore. The cheeseburger problem has solved itself. This is neither here nor there.
And then there's another being like the spiritual life and going after your passions. Now, I'm looking at my notes here, and I think this is actually a pretty interesting topic. So, the passions, are the passions themselves idols, or do they become idols?
No, there are passions that are not idols at all. I mean, there's the blameless passions and those that we are blamed for. I mean, we have a desire to eat. We need that desire to sleep, right? A desire to procreate. Those are not.
Tyrone, you got it all wrong, buddy. You know, I may make a mistake once in a while, but you know, for the most part, I'm a pretty healthy guy. Yeah, my chest hurts, but that could be for any number of reasons. You know, I have a hole in my chest. Feels like it. I mean, it's not a visible thing, but my chest muscles right here, there's like this finger-size duct. I don't know why it's there. I don't know what it's for. I don't know how it got there. And I've gone to doctors and asked them to tell me what it is. And sometimes it hurts a little. And they don't know. And they've done x-rays. They've done mammograms. They made me take my freaking... They made me take my flabby chest meat and put it in a vice grip like a woman. And then they squashed it. I was in the woman's section of the hospital where they do breast exams. They did that to me. They did that to me. And it's not even, it's in the muscle. I told them, that's not going to solve anything. It's in the muscle. And they're like, I think it'll help. And then they emasculated me. Why is the government and the hospital, why is the hospital always emasculating me? I had a doctor do you know what? This is neither here nor there.
Sinful passions, but we can also eat too much. We can not fast. We can fornicate, all those things. So there's those passions that turned into something that's sinful, right? So I'll go back to my one-trick pony. If people are not reading the Gospels,
early onset arm paralysis. Now sing pretty while we squeeze your man. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. That's a bad memory. That's a bad memory. What's the thing where they check your butt? I didn't like that. They checked my butt once. They did a prostate exam. After that, I said, I'm not going to the doctor anymore. It took me weeks to get over it. It took me weeks to get over the fact that some guy stuck his finger in my butt. It took me weeks to get over the fact that somebody gave me a mammogram. A freaking mammogram. I'm a guy, and they gave me a mammogram. I swear, they see me and they just want to emasculate me. They're threatened. They see this 6 foot, stocky, handsome gentleman walk in, and they're like, we got to cut him down a peg. Let's use our doctor powers to just F with this dude. Somebody can't be walking around like that. It's an affront to us. It's an affront to us nerdy doctors. I'm sorry, nerd. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings by being magnificent, jerk. But what you did to me in that doctor's office, it scarred me for life. And I'll never forget it.
Good luck. You're gonna make it. I tell my catechumens they have to read through the Gospels 4 times in order to be baptized. So that means Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John 4 times each to be baptized. If you read 3 chapters of the Gospel a day, you read through it in a month. Now, I'm not going to pretend that I actually get to that pace, but more or less something.
Dude, oh my God. We haven't even been listening. Oh gosh. This is why oh my gosh. I'm sorry. A priest is talking. We're sitting here talking about prostate exams. I'm just telling you what happened. I'm not doing whatever Geo's doing. I'm just telling you, these things happened. And they were unpleasant. All right, here's the next thing.
Year, a sitting United States congressman sent a letter to the Attorney General of the United States asking her to open a federal investigation into Orthodox Christian churches. Not because they committed a crime and not because obviously there was any evidence of wrongdoing, because Orthodox Christians came to Washington to lobby for the release of imprisoned Ukrainian Orthodox church members.
My priest did that. I think he led the charge, actually. So cool. I love him so much. I love my priest. He's a good priest. Man, that's why, man, that's so cool. My priest led the charge on that because they are locking up canonical Orthodox priests and bishops for anything they can think of.
And a congressman basically decided that that was an intelligence operation. Now, the Orthodox Church in America has been canonically independent of Moscow since 1970. The Antiochian Archdiocese answers to Damascus, and the Serbian Orthodox Church answers to Belgrade. But apparently that didn't matter. They were in the same room, and that was enough. Now, here's what makes this letter more than just a bad take from one congressman. The organization whose research he cited to justify that.
All right, I'm listening to this. Stop with that.
That letter has no named staff, no disclosed funders. The church answers to Belgrade. But apparently that didn't matter. They were in the same room, and that was enough. Now, here's what makes this letter more than just a bad take from one congressman. The organization whose research he cited to justify that letter has no named staff, no disclosed funders, no named authors on any of its reports. Because when you find out who actually runs it, you understand why. That organization was staffed by a former French military intelligence analyst, a retired U.S. Army counterintelligence operative, and 28-year CIA clandestine service officer who served as a station. Why? That organization was staffed by a former French military intelligence analyst, a retired U.S. Army counterintelligence operative, and 28-year CIA clandestine service officer who served as a station chief in, get this, both Moscow and Belgrade. Now, they deleted their personal page and then they rebranded, but they kept publishing. And what I'm about to show you is how those three things, the surveillance machine, the law that activates it, and the intelligence community built narrative that justifies pointing it at us, converged at the same moment for the first time. Welcome back to Spiritual Frontlines, guys. I'm your host, Marco. If this is your first time here, this channel exists because someone has to say the things that don't get said. And we obviously over here, what we do is
I'm subscribing to this guy.
Faith, geopolitics, and the forces that are actively shaping the world that Orthodox Christians need to live in. And if that's going to be next Saturday. But with that being said, let's go ahead and get into this. Let's start with what's being built right now. Basically, over the past 2 years, the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI and roughly 80 fusion centers across the United States have been quietly developing a new surveillance category. They're calling it, and I want you
The channel's called Tribulation Saints. Yeah, go ahead and put the links in.
to hear this phrase very carefully. They're calling it anti-tech violent extremism. Now, that phrase, it doesn't appear in any public DHS or FBI domestic extremism guide. It wasn't debated in Congress, it wasn't signed into law, and it's obviously not being announced in a press conference. It was created internally. And we only know that it exists because Wired magazine basically obtained over 1,000 pages of unpublished government reports through the Freedom of Information Act. And so we got to thank them for that one.
You know, it's so crazy. As we're sitting here, you know, we're doing Made by Jim Bob, we're doing J Dyer, we're doing Ortho Thugs, we're doing all this stuff. I'm doing my Hello Listener thing. We're making jokes. We're inviting people to the church. We're, you know, making music and all this stuff, and then they're going to kill all of us. It's so crazy.
Documents, they basically show fusion centers in Western Pennsylvania and Northern Virginia actively...
He subscribed to me a few weeks ago? Oh, we should have him on. I didn't know he was a watcher of the show.
Monitoring American citizens, not for planning violence, right? Not for some kind of criminal activity that they're actually engaged in, but for opposition to data centers and artificial intelligence. Let that one sink in. You know, a report from the New York Intelligence and Counterterrorism Bureau warned that AI adoption could basically, quote, spark major unrest and result in anti-tech violent extremist activity.
Well, I mean, you got to define the parameters. If you're going to make a technocratic surveillance state with a bunch of robot dogs and AI centers frying everyone's brains for a 10-mile radius full of disposable Indians, you got to come up with some way to make people stop. Anti-tech, you know? I want to do crime, Tony makes me smile. I want to do crime, Tony makes me smile. You know, sometimes you guys are a lot. I'm glad I make you smile. Don't do crime, probably. Should I set up a PSA? Don't do crime, probably. I don't know. Maybe don't. Decide for yourself whether or not to do crime. Hi, I'm Hello Listener. I'm here to with a public service announcement. Decide for here. Hold on. Who's that guy? Hi, I'm Hello Listener. Hi, I'm Hello Listener. And I'm here with a public service announcement. Decide for yourself whether or not you should do crime.
All I want to be precise here because precision actually matters in this brief. The government's not waiting for violence. It's actually building a system to identify in advance the communities it believes might become violent based on what they believe, not what they're actually doing or what they've done. Now, you might ask, what does any of this have to do with?
Well, I mean, you know, at a certain point, they're gonna criminalize just speaking the truth. To an extent, they already tried it, and they're trying it more. You know, with anti-Semitism laws and stuff. So there's an element of like eventually just, you know, they're calling the Bible anti-Semitic. You saw what I said when the ADL or when that freaking whatever, some Tengu. Tengu. Some Tengu came out with his freaking labeling the New Testament anti-Semitic. I said, okay, now tell us what your book says about us. Go ahead and tell us what your book says about us, and then we'll decide if we should censor our book. That's the deal. That's the deal. You tell us what your book says about us, and then we'll decide if our book is too mean.
Story gets very interesting. Last year, Anthropic, the company that makes the AI called Claude, signed a $200 million contract with the Pentagon. That contract had 2 explicit restrictions written into it. Claude would basically not be used for mass domestic surveillance of American citizens, and Claude would not be used to power fully autonomous weapon systems. Okay. Now, both sides agreed to those terms at the signing. Then what happened? Fast forward, right? In February of this year, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth sent Anthropic a demand. Remove both their restrictions, basically. Give us the right to use your technology for, quote, all lawful purposes, or face termination of contract, designation as a
I mean, none of this is
security-
a surprise. None of this is a surprise since Edward Snowden, since the white hair guy, WikiLeaks guy. Al, what's his name? Simultaneous mammogram and prostate exam for the lot of them. Julian Assange. I said it before I saw you say it. But thank you. Thank you for telling me though. But I got there. None of this is surprising. I mean, you could go further back than that. Jay Dyer's enlightened me a lot. He goes through all the documents. Look, they could say they're not doing it. They're doing all of it. They're watching me right now. I don't know why. They probably think I'm cute. Hey, CIA. More like, I see you and you're gay.
Next, the St. Lazar Unseen Warfare episode that I promised. It's actually building a system to identify in advance the communities it believes might become violent based on what they believe, not what they're actually doing or what they've done. Now, you might ask, what does any of this have to do with...
This is why I say it from my chest, bro. Like, you know, the time to hide is over, I think. You know, say it from your chest, come what may. Times are about to get tough, bro. I don't know if you saw, man. I don't know if you've heard the news. But Congress quietly moves to integrate U.S. and Israeli militaries. In the first step towards shifting aid further into the shadows, the House's 2027 NDAA would all but fuse the two countries' armed forces together. If you guys remember, Obama did an NDAA that made it so we no longer have Miranda rights and we can be detained indefinitely without being given a reason. Did you know that? That was during the Obama era. He said he made it so there's no Miranda rights. So what? George Bush? Here's why you all are dumb. Here's why all of you are dumb. Because you don't see that it doesn't matter which side of the aisle it is. They're all working towards the same goal. So George Bush does the Patriot Act, which turns us into a surveillance state. NDAA, Obama does an NDAA that makes it so we can be detained indefinitely without being given a reason or a trial. So that just means we have like a Gestapo arm now that can just come in and kidnap you, and they don't have to tell you why. And no one will know what happened or anything. Like, they could just disappear me tomorrow, put me in a black box site. Then, now we got, then, what was it? The first actual hate speech laws on the books were defined during the first Trump administration, the anti-Semitism laws, making anti-Semitism a definable legal term. And that was for reasons. They were saying the groundwork for other things. Now they're setting up things where you can be monitored because of your beliefs. It's called a Hegelian dialectic. It's called they've been playing you for a long time. That's what's actually going on. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle it is. I'm still going to vote Republican or not vote. I might not vote this time. Every time I vote, I feel like an idiot. I might vote locally. But look at this, you know. My own priest goes to D.C. to petition for the release of political prisoners in Ukraine that are being locked up and persecuted simply because they're part of the canonical church. And now he's under surveillance. Now my own priest is under surveillance. Doesn't help that, you know, maybe I should stop going there. I don't want to get him in trouble. It's a war out here, man. It really is a war out here.
Data center, or data centers, plural, right? And the answer to that question is where this story gets very interesting. Last year, Anthropic, the company that makes the AI called Claude, signed a $200 million contract with the Pentagon. That contract had two explicit restrictions written into it. Claude would basically not be used for mass domestic surveillance of Americans, all lawful security supply chain risk, and potential invocation of the Amade responded in writing, and he said, and I'm quoting directly, "We cannot in good conscience accede to their request." Dario Amade, CEO of Anthropic. Okay. Now, we
What the heck, Hallman? Who are you talking about? Who's the Fed? Oh, the Feds? Nice. Nice job, Hallman.
Can't in good conscience accede to their request. That's what he said. The same day, President Trump directed every federal agency to immediately cease use of Anthropic's technology. The Pentagon then formally designated Anthropic, and again, I want you to hear this phrase carefully, a supply chain risk to national security. That designation has historically been reserved for companies from basically adversarial foreign states, by the way. Companies like Huawei, you guys remember that, right? A federal judge has since basically blocked that designation. The legal battle continues, obviously. And then
I think that one was more about power than anything else, because Huawei made some dang good phones, man. I wanted to get myself a dang Huawei. I want to, I want one.
Pentagon basically replaced Anthropic with OpenAI, ChatGPT, right? Which basically agreed to the terms that Anthropic that Anthropic basically refused.
Yeah, I want to go to Wawa.
ChatGPT.
I want to go to Wawa and play Walrus Wars on my Huawei. That's what I want to do.
Is now building, surveillance.
That's a game.
Systems and autonomous killing machines for the United States government. I want you guys to sit with what just happened there, okay? The United States government demanded that a private AI company remove its prohibition on domestic mass surveillance. When the company refused, the government attempted to destroy it. The intent is no longer a theory. It's documented. It's on record. And the capability now being built with a more compliant vendor, well, that's what's going on, right? The other piece of this infrastructure is basically a company called Palantir. That was started by Peter Thiel, if you guys don't know.
30 million to JD Vance's campaign, Palantir, and then he gets on Theo Von and acts like he never even heard about Palantir. I don't know, Palantir. What are you talking about? You're my pal. I'm not in tears. What are we talking about, Theo Von? Where's the jokes, buddy? Let's just do jokes, man. 30 million. 30 million to JD Vance's campaign. That's your boy.
Palantir basically built the surveillance architecture that's currently being used by ICE. It links immigration enforcement, criminal databases, biometric identification. It previously developed protest prediction tools for the U.S. Army. It was obviously also used against Palestinians by Israel.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Nothing you do could stop us. Here's the crazy thing. Nothing you do could stop us. You can track my every move. I know you're sitting there making a 3D model of my nutsack, but guess what? It doesn't matter because you don't own the world. God does. And I'm focused on that. We're focused on that. He has the final say. Best laid plans of mice and men. Watch it all crumble. Watch it all crumble in your face. Somebody doesn't read the book of Psalms.
In the conflict over there. And so this has kind of been the testing grounds. They've also used it in Ukraine. But anyway, I'm not going there today. Its algorithms are basically shielded from public scrutiny. And that's important here because it's shielded as a proprietary trade secret, basically. It's basically outsourced its most constitutionally sensitive surveillance to a company that answers to.
Feel free to jump into the Producer's Lounge if you want to talk about it, Arnie. You can disguise your voice by sounding like Crumb from All Real Monsters. Just a thought.
To shareholders rather than the Constitution. So whistleblowers have basically confirmed that the FBI has flagged individuals
No, Giovanni,
as potential threats.
you're doing the most, bro. Giovanni, you're doing the most, bro. Yo, why don't you go kickbox? Why don't you go do some kickboxing, Gio?
That's based on their internet search history.
Why don't you go kick a box for a little while, Gio? Huh?
Their social media posts, their religious beliefs, and their associations with activist groups. Not for crimes, for associations. That's the machine. Now, let's talk about the law that actually turns it on. I'm going to read you the exact language from the document, okay? Okay. So, what it says...
Here's the scary thing about you, Gio, is you just sit here talking about how you can't wait for a doctor to give you a rectal exam, press the freaking fart button in my thing forever, and then you sit here and you say, I'm not talking. What you mean? I'm not talking. What you mean? What you mean? I'm nice. What you mean? I not say a word. You're so crazy, bro. Did you have breakfast? How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast yesterday, bro? Because I'm starting to worry about you, dog.
Quote, common threads animating this violent conduct include anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, and anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on immigration, race, and gender, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. Now, I want to be very careful here because...
Wait, let me run that back. Hold on, run that back.
Okay. So, what it says, quote, common threads animating this violent conduct include anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, and anti-Christianity, support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on immigration, race, and gender, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. Now, I want to be very careful here because the framing of that language matters enormously. Notice that anti-Christianity is listed as a threat indicator. And when this memorandum basically was announced, many Christians, including many Orthodox Christians, interpreted this as protection. The government that they thought is finally now somehow acknowledging that Christians are targeted. Awesome, right? And that instinct is, I get it. It's understandable. But here's what NSPM 7 actually is. It's the first presidential directive in American history.
How are you even a lib anymore? Like, how is anybody even a lib now? Think about that. Like, what do you want? You want a technocratic utopia? So what, you're like an Elon Musk Palantir guy? Like, what? What do you want? Communism? You want, so what, like Bolshevism? What, communist Russia? You're anti-Christian, so you hate Christians. You hate people who just want a nice life, who just want to do their time on this fallen world and get through it with as few scars as possible. Just living a good life. What's the motivation at this point? Like, do they have a worldview? Do they have an idea of what they want? Or is it just like, you know, my mom had bipolar disorder. My mom had bipolar disorder and I was raised by the television. Is that really all it is? If somebody says, I'm a liberal, I say, oh, your mom had bipolar disorder and you were raised by the television? Because I feel like that's all you're saying at this point. It's not a reasonable view. Who's your guy? Slavoj Žižek? Like, it doesn't even make sense to me. Like, what do you think about liberty? What's liberty, bro? What's liberty? The right to own guns? The right for me to own a machine gun? The right for me to own a freaking bazooka? No, not that liberty. What do you stand for? Whipping out your dingling in front of children, right? That's what you stand for, right? No, you're against that. Huh. So what is it? Oh, you don't think at all. Oh, you've never thought about it at all. Oh, okay, you're just going with groupthink because you want to be included, and your entire political ideology is based on wherever you think the wind's blowing, not based on any principles you have. Well, get wrecked. You're a casualty of this whole thing. Guess what? You're a casualty of a much bigger war. You're already a casualty, and you'll be the first up against the wall, no matter who wins.
To authorize preemptive law enforcement action against Americans, not for what they've done, but for what they believe. Okay? 31 members of Congress basically sent a letter to the president then afterwards warning that NSPM 7 poses, and I'm quoting their letter, serious constitutional, statutory, and civil liberties risks, especially if used to target political dissent, protest, or ideological speech. The ACLU noted it basically instructs federal agencies to use existing authorities to investigate civil society groups, including nonprofits, activists, and donors. As of March of this year, the FBI and the IRS have formed a joint task force to investigate nonprofit organizations for suspected links to domestic terrorism, a direct implementation of NSPM 7. Now, I need you to think about something, okay? NSPM 7 lists anti-Christianity as a threat indicator. It says that the government is watching for hostility towards traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. That framing protects Christians as long as, this administration is in power and as long as the political winds point in the direction that they currently point. But NSPM 7, it doesn't define anti-Christianity. It doesn't define which Christians are protected and which Christians might be deemed sympathetic to a foreign power.
Oh, that's interesting. I like this guy. That's a very interesting point. They might be talking about the Zionists, They might be talking about these Goombas over here trying to bring about the Antichrist and get executed under Noahide.
That distinction, it matters. It's the door, okay? And someone has already started building a narrative to walk right through it. I need to introduce you to an organization. It calls itself the Robert Lansing Institute for Global Threats and Democracy Studies.
You know the interesting thing about a peeing contest, reverse massage and Giovanni, is all it does is make a big puddle of pee.
Okay. Now, what it does is it actually presents itself as a nonpartisan, nonprofit public policy research organization. It publishes analysis on geopolitical threats, Russian influence operations, and relevant to what.
Yeah, can we get the links for this guy? This guy's lit. I encourage everybody to watch this guy unless I'm on, and then I take it as a personal attack.
I'm about to tell you the alleged use of Orthodox Christian church structures as Russian intelligence vectors inside the United States. And here's what the Robert Lansing Institute doesn't actually tell you about itself. It has no name staff on its website, no name board members, no disclosed funders, no named authors on any of its reports. Imagine that. Its only public contact is a single email address. For most organizations, you would chalk this up to a small operation, but this actually isn't a small operation at all. This organization's analysis has basically been cited in a formal letter from a sitting United States congressman to the Attorney General of the United States. So let's find out who they actually are. The Robert Lansing Institute is a rebrand. Before it was the Robert Lansing Institute, it was the Institute for Global Threats and Democracy Studies, IGTDS, incorporated in Delaware, founded around...
Yo, this guy's awesome. This guy is awesome. Yo, I'm going to start watching this guy.
Around 2019. Their own LinkedIn page still says plainly RLI, formerly IGTDS. At some point after 2021, they changed the name, migrated to a new website, and deleted their personal page. But before they deleted it, that page told us exactly who they are. And by the way, in order to find this, you have to use web archives to go back and actually look. It's the whole web time machine thing. And that's how I was actually able to find it. And I'm going to go ahead and post a link for you guys. You should probably screenshot it before it's entirely gone and completely deleted off the internet. But the director general of this organization is a man named Armand Chouette. He's French. I might have totally screwed that up. But anyway, Armand is a former imagery analyst for the DRM, the Direction du Renseignement Militaire. I don't know if I said that right. That
sounded like you probably nailed that. I think it's probably Direction du Chandu.
But basically it's France's military intelligence agency, the French equivalent of the Defense Intelligence Agency, right? Now, he's basically been in this role since September 2019. He's basically...
What a beautiful language French is. Sorry.
In Paris, his work email domain confirmed as recently as June of this year, or I should say June of 2025, is at igtds.org. And then the second confirmed member of the founding team is a retired United States Army counterintelligence agent who basically served in Iraq as the leader of the tactical human intelligence team. And then he basically was previously instructed, he instructed the U.S. Army counterintelligence special agent course, okay? Now, the third's important, okay? The third is a man who spent 28 years from 1986 to 2014 as a field operative and senior executive in the CIA's National Clandestine Service, okay? And this is going to be super important. His name is John Cipher, okay? At retirement, he was a member of the CIA Senior Intelligence Service.
That can't be a real name. You know, it's crazy. If they win, they'll make stories about him. They'll be like heroic military tales. You ever notice that the only thing you can watch is just heroic military tales, and all it's really doing is showing you how to properly fight the Tengu's battles? They're like, it's a hero. What'd he do? Yeah, I killed the people that the Tengu don't like. Cool. Jack Reacher. Can't wait. Can't wait for season 9, 11.
Service, the leadership tier that guides CIA operations globally. He served as chief of station in Belgrade following the overthrow of Slobodan Milosevic. Well, that one's kind of interesting, right? He served as, and by the way, I want you guys to remember that one. That one's super important because as I've been doing the research, I've also found out that the Robert Lansing Institute is actually behind the uprisings that are happening in Belgrade, Serbia, with like the students
You're
that
getting
are
fed
doing
vibes?
all these protests against the government. Basically,
I think he's military. I think he's ex-military. I think he was definitely a soldier. Maybe he's a cop. But I know some good cops that are probably not spies that are going to ruin my life.
they're trying to start a color revolution again in Serbia, and it's all linked to the Robert Lansing Institute. Imagine that. But anyway, let's go back to Mr. CIA guy here. You know, he served as the chief of station in Moscow also, by the way, and he received the CIA Distinguished Career Intelligence Medal. And he's currently basically...
Does he talk about the tango or no? Is he tapped in? He hasn't said anything tapped in yet. So that's my only suspicion. He hasn't said anything tapped in yet. He's given the deets, but he hasn't at least dog whistled a little bit. At least freaking throw the frisbee once, you know what I mean?
A non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Now, the organization that published the report calling Orthodox Christian church structures Russian intelligence vectors, it's run by a former French military intelligence analyst, co-founded by a retired U.S. Army counterintelligence operative, and, you know, counts among its team a 28-year CIA clandestine, you know, service officer who basically served as station chief in both Moscow and Belgrade. They deleted their personal page. They rebranded, and then they kept the same operational email domain. But what they did is they just kept publishing information, right? And one more thing about that name. Robert Lansing Institute Robert Lansing was basically the Secretary of State under Woodrow Wilson. He was the uncle of John Foster Dulles, Secretary of State under Eisenhower, and he was the uncle of Alan Welsh Dulles. He was the director of Central Intelligence from 1953 to 1961. The man who basically built the CIA's clandestine...
One more try, Oshuza. I'm going to give you one more shot on that. Because I believe in you. Come on, bud. I know you got this. There you go, bud. Nicely done. Yeah, it's got to be one of the, hey, I do it all the time. And then I do it in tweets. And then I can't edit it. I feel like, wow, that undercut my whole point. I freaking sound like a retard. So don't feel bad. It's all good, man. We all do it.
Operations apparatus. And, you know, the organization that named itself...
It'd be funny if I was like, one more time, and he's like, THAIR.
After the uncle of the CIA's founding architect. Imagine that. And basically staffed itself with CIA, French military intelligence, and U.S. Army counterintelligence veterans. Now, okay, I'm going to stop with that one for a second. It's basically the same organization that built the narrative now being used to justify federal investigation of Orthodox Christians in America. That one's key. So this isn't a coincidence. In November of last year, Congressman Joe Wilson of South Carolina sent a letter to the Attorney General Pam Bondi, and what he did was he asked her to open a Department of Justice investigation into Orthodox Christian churches in the United States. His basis? A lobbying visit to Capitol Hill. The Orthodox Christian clergy and lay people from
I gotta send this to my priest.
Came to Washington to advocate for the release of imprisoned Ukrainian Orthodox church members. Members imprisoned by the Ukrainian government, by the way. Members whose imprisonment has basically been criticized by the United Nations, the Pope, and multiple international human rights organizations, but I'm going to go ahead and digress there. Wilson called that visit an intelligence operation. Now, I need you to understand something about Orthodox Christian jurisdiction first, because this is where the category error basically becomes undeniable, okay? The Orthodox Church in America, the OCA, has been canonically independent of Moscow since 1970. 55 years ago, guys. The Antiochian Orthodox Christian Archdiocese answers to Damascus, Syria, and the Serbian Orthodox Church answers to Belgrade, Serbia.
Let's go faster. Let's do this faster.
These jurisdictions have meaningful canonical ties to Moscow whatsoever. Okay, period, facts, end of story. But somehow Congressman Wilson's letter named every single one of them because they were in the same room. Even within his own party, Republicans obviously pushed back. Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna said that Wilson was targeting Orthodox Christians, and I'm going to go ahead and quote her directly. She said, simply because the word Russia appears in their church name. Father Thomas Soroka of the OCA wrote, get ready for the 21st century McCarthy-style purges. Now, the category error that Wilson made manually in a letter in November 2025 is the same category error that the AI surveillance system will make automatically, at scale, by the way, without anyone having to decide. Let me just show you the each of these three things, the machine alone narrative only becomes what it is. An intelligence community staffed organization with no disclosed funding, no neighbors, and a deliberately obscured institutional history publishes reports naming Orthodox Christian church structures in America as Russian intelligence vectors. A sitting United States congressman uses those reports to formally request a Department of Justice investigation of Orthodox Christian communities, sweeping in jurisdictions with no Moscow ties based solely on their presence at a religious freedom lobbying event. A presidential memorandum, already signed, already law, authorizes preemptive federal investigation of Americans based on ideological beliefs, including beliefs deemed sympathetic to foreign powers. A surveillance infrastructure already deployed, already operational, aggregates license plate data from church parking lots.
All right, I can't do it anymore. This guy's cool though. Next thing. Anyway, they're gonna get us. All right, next thing. Well, this is good news about that, about exactly that. Actually, it says here. For some time, we have been working to secure the release of Metropolitan Arseny from prison in Ukraine. He was in desperate need of heart surgery, and I am happy to report he was released to receive the desperate medical attention he needed, and although on house arrest, is now recovering. This is a couple weeks ago this happened, actually. This happened at least 3 weeks ago. I want to thank the Ukrainian officials we worked with on this issue and will continue to maintain open lines of communication, although I am still concerned that these UOC clergymen are being targeted and have heard that they are continuing to be sent to the front lines in combatant roles, which is against international laws. That's true. It's a meat grinder. To anybody who doesn't know, here's what it is. Zelensky is Tengu. And a big gay guy. And he's doing what they did during the Bolsheviks revolution, during the World War I and World War II, where you get as many Gentiles and Christians to kill each other as you possibly can. So this is a very good thing for the demons of the world and their loyalists. They're basically taking every Ukrainian man. And there are plans to make Ukraine like a second Jerusalem type thing. There's weird stuff about that in the Greater Israel Project, making it the breadbasket of Israel. It's a large Jewish population over there in certain areas. And I bet they're not getting conscripted. I bet I could look it up. Well, it'd be hard to look up, but I bet they're not getting conscripted. Anyway, so they take the Orthodox Christians from Russia and the Orthodox Christians from Ukraine, and they use, globalist stuff like UN and NATO to cause them to fight each other endlessly until they're not a problem. And they could sit there and throw endless money at it. Now it's a war effort. Hang your Ukrainian flag, give a bunch of money to them. But really, all that's happening is a bunch of Orthodox Christians are being sent to a forever war until there's nothing left. And then they can be taken over or easily swayed into whatever direction the Tengu need them. So that's what that is. They're sending mentally disabled. Yeah, they're also sending women and elderly. Okay. Due to overwhelming interest, the belt of the most, so this is also last week. Due to overwhelming interest, the belt of the most holy Theotokos will remain at St. Sava Temple in Belgrade. Here, check this out. I can't show you. I got to read it. Until June 5th, more than thousands of believers have waited in long lines, some for more than 8 hours, to venerate one of the greatest relics of the Orthodox Christian world. The Serbian Orthodox Church announces that the church will remain open as long as there are believers wishing to pray before the relic. According to tradition, the belt was woven by the Virgin Mary herself from camel hair and later entrusted to Apostle Thomas. Today it is preserved at the Vatapedi Monastery on Mount Athos and is associated with hundreds of testimonies of healings and blessings. This is the line of people waiting to venerate. Oh, and also, if there's any Protestants here, go ahead and look up the life of Polycarp, first century martyr. After he died, they collected their bones. The Christians ran to collect their bones because they wanted to be healed by them, by his bones. But you're dumb, so you never mind. Glory to God. And then Cleve sent me this.
Okay, I see food outside. Look at that. Look at that food. Be quiet. Be quiet. Okay, go and eat. Go and eat. Go eat outside. Go quickly.
I mean, what on God's green earth, no pun intended, what on God's green earth is going on? These people are eating grass right up off the ground, and this preacher is supposed to be following the tenets of Christianity or the idealism of Christianity and preaching from the gospel of Jesus Christ. Now, when did Jesus Christ command people to go eat grass off the ground?
Eat quickly.
I don't remember that. Chapter and verse.
Eat quickly. Today, no time. No time. You eat quickly. Limited time today.
Thanks, Cleve. So the reason that's part of last week in the Orthosphere is because last week Cleve sent me that clip to watch. No time. Eat grass fast.
Shoreline Skirt tipped $10. Can we listen to Saved by hEllolisTENER on Forge Lloyd's channel?
Fine. You know what? For you, fine. I don't even know what this song is.
Israelites, all who call on him, all who believe in Christ. Save us, heal us, help us, Jesus us, cure us, teach us, bless us, Jesus us, fill us, lead us, change us, Jesus us. The sinners us, the failures us, the careless us, who perish us, who turn to dust, who turn to dust.
You're freaking eggs. You're gay eggs. Stop talking to me like that. Stop it. I can't. Why? I'm damaged goods. Nuh-uh. You're cool. Thanks. What the hell? I'm gonna kill you. One of these days, Tony, I'm gonna give you a heart attack. On camera. I hope you know that. Falsifiable. I will falsify that. I will die from a cliff.
All right, guys. Enough messing around. Let's hit this goal so I can get out of here, huh? Huh, guys? Let's hit this goal. We need 6 more super chats, and then I'll be on my merry way. How about it? Pay me to leave, people. Pay me to leave. That's what I'm offering. That's what's on the table. Pay me to leave. Any takers? Pay me to leave. Go on, get. Go on, get. Here's your sound, buddy.
At Shoreline super chatted $4.99. Go on, get.
Here's your sound. Five more. I'll try and be nicer from now on. I don't need to be mean to be funny. I would just have a hard time not being mean. I'm actually just kind of a mean person. Internally. Probably. Or maybe not. I don't actually really know too much about myself. I'm still getting to know me. If we're being honest, I'm still kind of trying to figure out who I am. Olix.
Alex tipped $3.69. I do turban throat singing. I would love to collab and provide some samples.
Yeah, send me some samples. That's the best way. I mean, we could call it a collab if you insist. But if you send me samples of throat singing, I'll find something to do with them. Here's your sound.
At Oshilsa super chatted $1.99. You're nice.
Thank you, Shuzat. That actually means a lot to me. You're nice too, dude. It was nice to meet you on Friday, honestly. Made my night. Made my night. They really made my night. Here's your sound. I look so cool right now. I got nothing else. Wonder what this is gonna sound like.
At Bingo Vigo Super Chatted $1.99. Further Hangalu Bazimidami Bongalu out to oot.
Cool. Here's your sound. Alright, 2 more. That's crazy, Shoreline. Don't do this to me, Shoreline. You didn't. 20 is bonk's 20. You know that.
Super Chatted $9.99. Can I get a bonk?
No. And honestly, I don't like you putting me in a position where I have to say no to you. You know. I don't. Not only no, but I don't appreciate the fact that you put me in a position where I have to say no to you. You know. Here's your sound. I look so cool right now. This is the best this show's ever looked right now. I feel like I maybe could even rap. Erykah Badu in my shorts. People mess with me, I'll be like orc. Freaking kill him like an orc. Are you afraid of the dork? Get out of here with your spork and your whistle. Me, I'm shooting missiles and don't get near one more. One more. Nice, dude. God bless you too, buddy.
At Oshilsa Super Chatted $1.99. God bless.
God bless you. Here's your sound. And that is a goal. That is a goal.
I was worried about paying my bills this week. I was worried that I'd be poor. I was worried I'd have to live in the streets, cause the Arby's to charge my phone. I was worried that y'all didn't like me no more. I was worried that I fell off. I'm about to have a day on panic attack, cause I thought you wouldn't hit the goal. But you hit the goal. Just now.
Guys, if you're not Orthodox, become Orthodox. You understand? If you are Orthodox, go to church. You understand? Alright, who we raiding? Not asking. Just letting you know I'm raiding somebody. Not interested. Not interested in anybody's suggestions. I'll tell you. We are reading Nikolai and Karia. Goodbye, everybody. That was 6 hours of great show, not a freaking minute to be missed. And if you only heard it in audio, you better watch it in video, baby. If you only listen to it, you better do a rewatch, baby. No half stepping over here. No half stepping. Next time that they see me, I know it says hello listener, but guess what? You're gonna have to be a looker too. Cause you know I am, baby. Alright, shot to Labiki Yuko. Next time that you see me, don't. Next time that they see me, they won't. Shaka-san to each and every one of you. They won't. They won't. They won't. Hey, if you don't live in an Orthodox city, move to one. If you don't have an Orthodox church near you, consider moving to one. We need to make strongholds. I really mean that. We need to have blocks. We need to have large groups, If it works for some friggin' Somalis, like, come on. Are we not? Come on, bro. I mean, come on. Somalis? We can't do better than that? No offense. No offense.